Chapter 950. Puff, accompanied by a strange sound. He, who had attacked with hatred, cleaved his opponent into two halves from the middle. The enemy's hands were severely carbonized, as if they had been corroded by strong acid. Without a doubt, the young man was as dead as he could be. The moment the magic greatsword, Helgram, hit him, it triggered the supernatural power attached to it. He didn't even have time to scream. The scene was extremely bloody, especially the brain matter that spurted out from his skull. It was enough to make a normal person vomit out their dinner from the previous night. However, none of the nobles and merchants present vomited, not even the delicate noble ladies and madams. Some of them even had excitement and anticipation in their eyes. After all, Orir was a barbaric and ignorant world. Therefore, the ruling class here might be arrogant, cruel, lustful, greedy, shameless, and stupid, but they would never be weak. Although everyone at the banquet appeared to be polite and courteous, they had already killed more than one person in secret. Chloe had once revealed that when she was 12 years old, she was forced by her family's knight to execute a few bandits who blocked the road and robbed them. Looking at the tragic scene on the ground that looked like the scene of a car accident, Andre patted Mabel's shoulder lightly and gestured for her to step back. Then, he took 2 steps forward and picked up a seal ring with the image of a stag beside the bloody corpse. A cold smile quickly appeared on his face. Humph, the Lockett family? Who can tell me his relationship with Duke Ian? Dear, this guy is called Owen. He's Duke Ian's younger brother. Chloe reminded him softly. Duke Ian? Andre seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Georgie and Alexander meaningfully. He then bent down to observe the eyeballs of the corpses. As expected, he found traces of magic in the pupils of the corpses. After a normal person died, their pupils would dilate. However, for people who were under magic or illusions, their pupils would not dilate after death. Instead, they would shrink. This phenomenon would last for a few minutes to a few hours. Obviously, this unlucky guy called Owen had been used by someone to provoke a war between him and Duke Ian. With Andre's intelligence, it didn't take much effort for him to lock onto the 2 most suspicious people. Without any hesitation, he said to Georgie, "Your Grace, I think you need to explain something to me. Don't say that you don't know anything. That's not only insulting my IQ, but also insulting your own IQ, isn't it?" Now, even the surrounding guests could smell a conspiracy in the air. They all pricked up their ears, wanting to know what was going on. Could it be a civil war between the dukes? Georgie didn't seem to have any intention of hiding his intentions. He smiled and replied in a low voice, "Of course. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Please come with me. In addition, leave your lovely fiancé outside. It's best not to let too many people hear the contents of your conversation. Wait a moment. I need to make some arrangements." With that, Andre turned around and gently kissed the girl's forehead. He whispered into her ear, "Bring Mabel and Fiona home immediately. Before I return, do not go out no matter what. I have a feeling that a storm is coming." Chloe had always been obedient to her fiancé. She nodded without hesitation. "Understood. I will take good care of them. Good girl." After kissing the girl's cheek again, Andre went straight to Duke Georgie's side. "Lead the way, Your Grace. I can't wait to know what you and Duke Alexander are planning. You even want to drag me into it." "Hee, relax, my friend. I guarantee that this matter will only bring you benefits and no harm," Georgie said as he gestured for Benjamin to follow him. He then walked quickly to the reception room at the back of the hall. Alexander also threw away the wine glass in his hand and followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing that the 3 most important characters of the banquet had left, the rest of the guests didn't have the mood to continue. After a while, they all left, leaving only the bloody corpse on the ground. The servants didn't dare to touch it because it was Duke Ian's younger brother. No one was willing to go near it. They didn't want to be involved in a terrible political storm. Just as Andre and the two dukes were spying, a man covered in a cloak and a hood was led by Benson to Black Lily's office. Bonnie, who had become the queen of Lincoln City's underground world, narrowed her eyes and sized him up. After a full minute, she asked, "I heard that you were looking for me?" "Yes, my master wants you to send a message to Sir Andre. He hopes that he can make a trip to the cemetery on the west side of the city before midnight. This is the token." As he spoke, the man took out an exquisitely carved lion seal from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. He then bowed respectfully and turned to leave. However, before he walked out of the door, Bonnie stopped him. "Wait, how do you know that I can contact Mage Andre? You have to know that he is now the hero of this city, and I'm just a small gang leader." The man smiled slightly and said in a playful tone, "Madam, except for those ignorant civilians, everyone in Lincoln City knows that you are his lover. So please don't deceive yourself. Otherwise, do you think that you can control more than half of the slums with these motley crew? Even the city guards turn a blind eye to it. No, they are all afraid of Mage Andre. They are afraid of the huge force behind him and the terrifying potential he has shown. Don't worry, my master is not his enemy. He just wants to meet and see if he can make a deal. That's all." After saying this, the man pulled his hood hard and turned to disappear into the dim corridor. The thugs around didn't stop him because they didn't receive orders from their boss. Looking at the lion's seal on the table, Bonnie directly asked the man standing beside her, "Scar, do you know this thing?" The latter picked up the seal and looked at it carefully for a few seconds. He quickly nodded. "Of course, this is the symbol of the Brest family. Only the direct members of the family are qualified to wear it." The Brest family? Didn't they just make an agreement with Andre a few hours ago to fight to the death outside the city 3 days later? Why are they suddenly playing this game now? Bonnie frowned and asked. As a gang leader, she had spies in every corner of the city. Such a big matter would be sent back through the intelligence network in 15 minutes at most and placed on her desk. Chapter 951. I can't be sure due to the lack of conditions, but for a family with such a long history, the internal strife has always been very fierce. Perhaps someone is dissatisfied with Dend being the head of the family, or it could be some kind of deception before the war. Anyway, I think it's best to send the news to Sir Andre as soon as possible. With his wisdom, he'll definitely make a wiser judgment than us. The scarred man shrugged his shoulders and voiced his conjecture. At the same time, he gave a corresponding suggestion. After such a long period of understanding, he had almost figured out who the woman in front of him was, so he wasn't surprised at all. In the eyes of many people in high society, gangs were the kind of trash organizations that were dirty, despicable, shameless, and betrayals. They could be crushed with a flick of their little finger. However, in the scarred man's eyes, the forces under Black Lily Bonnie had obviously exceeded the scope of ordinary gangs. They were developing into an underground union that gathered intelligence, assassinations, and infiltration. More importantly, this organization not only had a strong background, but also had many first-class industries with the ability to make money. Whether it was manpower, material resources, or financial resources, they didn't lack any of them. The only thing they lacked was time to settle down. Perhaps they looked very fragile at the moment, but as long as they settled down and developed for 10 years, they would definitely become a formidable behemoth. Of course, the premise of all this was that Andre, who was the backer, must not have any accidents. Otherwise, the nobles and merchants who had begun to feel threatened would immediately rush up and mercilessly tear the beginning of the scale of the slums into pieces. Black Lily Bonnie obviously understood this and nodded without hesitation. You're right. We're good at gathering information, not making decisions. Arrange a carriage immediately. I'll make a trip there myself. As you wish, boss. The scarred man put one hand on his chest and bowed, dragging his injured leg. He limped and disappeared into the corridor. 10 minutes later, a black carriage without any decorations set off from the slums and headed straight for the city hall. Soon, it disappeared into the dark night. At the same time, in a secret room behind the city hall, a conspiracy was in progress. You can explain now. As soon as they sat down, Andre urged with a cold face. He hated being used the most, so there was no respect in his tone at all. It was as if the person sitting in front of him was not the Duke who stood at the peak of power in Linton City. Georgie shook his head nonchalantly. Calm down, my friend. This is just a small misunderstanding. After all, what we're about to discuss is too important. I have to make sure that you sever all ties with the Lockett family, and blood feud is the safest option. After hearing this, Andre would be a complete idiot if he still didn't understand. There was no doubt that the conflict just now was completely manipulated by the two old foxes in front of him. Their target was none other than Duke Ian, who had suffered heavy losses recently. In other words, the Duke Alliance, which was originally a monolithic alliance, was now disbanded. Some people couldn't wait to devour their former allies in order to strengthen themselves. After thinking about this, Andre's lips curled up slightly, and he asked in a playful tone, "Interesting. If I'm not mistaken, are you planning to uproot Duke Ian and his family? By the way, is this considered killing each other?" "No, of course not. As an outsider, you don't seem to understand the selection mechanism of the Duke. The title of Duke of Linton City has never been hereditary. It is based on strength. Only the 4 nobles with the strongest comprehensive strength will be crowned with the title of Duke. However, our 4 families have a firm hold on a large amount of resources, so we have always been dukes for hundreds of years, giving everyone the illusion that the Duke will always belong to the 4 families. But now, Ian and his family have lost too much power and are no longer worthy of being called Duke. If he was smart enough, he would have voluntarily handed over the title and given up all the benefits in the city. He would have stayed in the manor, obediently, slowly accumulating strength and waiting for the opportunity to rise again. But it was obvious that he didn't do that. He was still hoping to use the empty title to scare off those who were ready to take action. As a Duke, I will never allow this to happen, let alone allow those who are not strong enough to be on equal footing with us. Besides, we have to squeeze out some space for you, right? Honorable Flaming Duke." As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on Ian's face. He looked very much like a ruthless, experienced, and scrupulous politician. However, he was more dangerous than the politicians on Earth, because politicians could not raise a large-scale private army. Andre knew that Ian was dragging him into this mess. As long as he participated in the operation against Ian, it would be equivalent to joining the Duke's alliance. After carefully analyzing the pros and cons in his mind, he sneered and spread out his hands. "All right, it seems that I have no reason to refuse. But there is one thing: I don't need the title of Duke. How about letting Lady Anastasia become the new Duke? What do you think?" Alexander stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a moment, then nodded quickly. "Sure. After all, the title of Duke is yours. Whoever you want to be your spokesperson is your business. We won't interfere. It seems that you have made up your mind to inherit Master Boris's position as the president of the Mage Association." "That's right. I've always been a mage, so I don't like to waste too much time on government affairs." Andre shrugged indifferently and openly admitted it. "Ha ha ha. So, the misunderstanding between us has been cleared up, right?" Duke Ian casually picked up a bottle of last year's wine from the shelf and poured a glass for everyone. due to the limitations of the brewing technology, many wines were not better when stored for a long time. Take wine, for example. If it was stored for more than 3 years, it was very likely that it would directly turn into grape vinegar. Therefore, when entertaining guests, the newer the wine, the more popular it was. If in this world wine that was decades or centuries old was used to entertain guests, such as a mysterious 1982 liquid, not only would it not be praised, but it would also be secretly despised. The guests were likely to think that you were trying to fool them with old vinegar. Gently sniffing the fragrance of the new wine, Duke Ian raised his glass and said loudly, "To our friendship and cooperation. Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" Chapter 952. After discussing how to divide up the Lockett family's assets, Andre quickly left the city hall, intending to go back and make preparations. However, not long after he walked out of the door, he was stopped by a black carriage without any decorations. The person sitting in the driver's seat jumped down, bowed respectfully, and opened the door gently. He did not say a single word throughout the entire process. He was the epitome of silence is gold. As a level 12 mage, Andre could completely ignore most of the assassination attempts. Hence, he walked up without a second thought. However, he did not expect this at all. This kiss lasted until the two of them were about to suffocate before they reluctantly parted, gazing at Black Lily's beautiful face. Andre asked with a smile, "Are you here to give me a surprise?" "Why, am I not welcome?" Bonnie licked her lips and asked with heavy breaths. "Hee, how could that be? I want to swallow a cute little lamb like you into my stomach right now." Saying that, Andre immediately pressed Black Lily down on the chair and started kissing her earlobes. At the same time, he inserted his hand into the gap of her leather jacket and unbuttoned it easily with his nimble fingers. In the blink of an eye, he had taken off her jacket. The inexperienced Bonnie only felt her mind go blank. She could not resist the other party's invasion at all. Before her last bit of rationality completely disappeared, she shouted at the coachman, "Terry, don't let the carriage stop where it is. It's too conspicuous." The coachman, who received the order, did not say another word. He immediately closed the door and returned to his seat. He quickly started the carriage and began to move around the streets of the city, gently caressing his lover's smooth back. Andre teased in a half-joking tone, "Darling, what made you so thirsty that you couldn't wait to come to me?" Bonnie glared at him fiercely. Without another word, she opened her mouth and bit his shoulder, cursing loudly, "Damn it, you bastard! Scum! Do you know how sad I was when I heard that you were ambushed and killed a while ago? I'm really sorry for making you worry." Feeling the pain from his shoulder, Andre kissed his lover's cheek and hugged her tightly in his arms. He understood that this was Black Lily's way of expressing her love. Although it was a little barbaric, it gave people a warm feeling in their hearts. This was because only those who were closest to each other would use such an unscrupulous way to express their feelings and care for each other. "Promise me, there must not be a next time. Otherwise, I'll bite your flesh off next time." Bonnie took a deep breath and threatened. Andre laughed and shrugged. "No problem. I promise there won't be a next time." Obviously, this was a lie. As a mage, especially the owner of the Arcane, how could he not be in danger? Once the gods who destroyed the ancient magic civilization found out about his true identity, they might immediately take the most drastic measures to nip the danger in the bud. To a certain extent, from the moment he came to this world, he was destined to walk with danger and death. But women, they were always more emotional than rational. Most of the time, all they wanted was a word of comfort. If a man was still so straightforward at this time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After using a simple magic trick to clean off the mucus and sweat on their bodies, the two quickly put on their clothes, pants, and shoes again. They sat on the chairs and enjoyed the night view of Linton City. After a full 3 to 5 minutes, Andre asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me? As far as I know, you're not the kind of woman who would make a trip just for you, Juan." Bonnie took out a small booklet bound with parchment paper from under the chair. There was also a lion's seal on it, and she stuffed it into Andre's hands. "Here, the notebook records everything that happened in Linton City after you left. The seal was sent by a sneaky man a few hours ago. He asked me to tell you that his master hopes that you can make a trip to the cemetery in the west of the city before midnight." I asked Scarface, and he said that this seal is a keepsake that only direct members of the Brest family can wear. "Oh, a direct member of the Brest family?" Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. He checked the seal repeatedly and soon muttered to himself, "Interesting, this thing isn't fake, but real. As far as I know, excluding the blood Marquis Kyrgyz, there are only 3 direct members of the family, right?" After a few seconds of recollection, Bonnie immediately nodded. "Yes, they are the eldest son, Dend, the second son, Zebulun, and the youngest daughter, Susan. Since the status of women in this family has never been high, the last one can basically be ruled out. It's either Dend's scheme or the second son, Zebulun, wants to get rid of his brother." "Tell me about Zebulun," Andre said as he flipped through the contents of the notebook. With his current intelligence, it was easy for him to do 2 things at once. When necessary, he could even do 3 or 4 things at once. As everyone knows, Zebulun was found to have talent as a mage when he was 5 years old. He then became the disciple of Mage Gavin Lauren, and only recently has he started to appear in the public eye. According to my investigation, he went out to sea with his father a while ago, but for some reason, he suddenly fled back alone. After he came back, Zebulun went to the Mage Association, once probably to see his mentor, Gavin Lauren. The two seemed to have had an intense argument. My spies reported that he was in a very bad mood when he came out, and even killed a poor beggar with a magic missile. Bonnie's memory had always been excellent, and she easily described the details of the second son of the Brest family. Andre hesitated after hearing this, and immediately asked, "Are you sure he went out to sea with the blood Marquis?" "Of course. I'm very sure. My people saw him with their own eyes, and they boarded the ship with a few people dressed as mages." Bonnie answered without thinking. "Interesting, Zebulun is actually a survivor of that disaster. Looks like I have to meet him no matter what, or at least find out his attitude." After muttering to himself, Andre immediately ordered the coachman, "Turn! Take me to the cemetery in the west of the city immediately." Chapter 953. The graveyard in the west of the city was a special place within the protection of the city walls. It was similar to a public cemetery, but only those who had reached a certain level of identity, status, and wealth were qualified to be buried there. In fact, most of the areas in the graveyard had been divided by the nobles and transformed into family tombs for generations to rest in. Hence, there were tall and magnificent tombs, obelisks, and exquisite carvings everywhere. Many of them were created by masters. If anyone could steal all the burial items here, they would instantly gain wealth that could never be spent in a few lifetimes. Of course, the nobles were not idiots. They knew that there would be many tomb robbers waiting for the opportunity to spy on the burial items in the tombs. Hence, there was always an army of about 200 people stationed around the area. Once they discovered someone robbing the tombs, they would immediately take action. However, for some reason, when Andre entered the graveyard, he did not see any signs of patrolling. The carriage was unimpeded and came to the towering statue of the god of death in the center of the graveyard. Bonnie looked a little nervous. One of her hands was tightly gripping the dagger at her waist. After more than 3 months of training, she was already a decent thief. Although she was still a little immature in picking locks, stealing and detecting traps, she was already qualified in terms of combat and stealth, especially in terms of sneak attacks and assassination. She was much better than others of the same level. Don't be nervous. Relax. We're here to negotiate, not to find trouble. Besides, even if there's a battle, you don't have to do anything. Andre lifted Black Lily's sexy chin and sucked on her tongue. He pushed open the door with a smile and jumped down from the carriage. With the dual abilities of night vision and secret vision, he quickly discovered that there was a living person standing behind the obelisk less than 10 meters away from him. Without any hesitation, he threw the lion seal in his hand at the obelisk. At the same time, he said sarcastically, "Come out, Mage Zebulon. I see you. Are you so afraid of me that you have to be so sneaky when meeting me? I'm sorry. I believe you should know very well how many pairs of eyes are watching us in the city, so I have to be careful. Moreover, I've seen it with my own eyes. You've used unparalleled strength to kill the Phantom King, and you've even vaporized the entire fleet as well as a large amount of seawater. Isn't it natural for you to remain fearful and humble when facing the Flaming Duke?" The figure hiding behind the obelisk caught the lion seal and slowly walked out of the darkness. It was the second son of the Blood Marquis, Zebulon. His face was extremely pale, and the bags and dark circles under his eyes showed that he had not slept for at least a week. For a mage, this was extremely fatal. In addition, his bloodless lips also indicated that this young man's body was in an extremely unhealthy state. If this continued, he would probably die suddenly without the need for others to do anything. "Were you on the ship?" Andre narrowed his eyes and asked. Zebulon took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, I was trapped in the cabin of the flagship. I was almost burned to ashes by the terrifying flames." This answer obviously did not satisfy Andre. He continued to ask, "Then how did you escape?" "If I remember correctly, the sea within a radius of a few hundred meters was engulfed by the flames. It's a magic item. Before I set off, I paid a huge price to exchange for a teleportation rune with Master Barca of the Association. If my life was in danger, it would teleport me back to Linton City. That's why I was lucky to escape." Zebulon had no intention of hiding anything. He confidently revealed the secret of his survival in an attempt to gain the other party's trust. He knew very well how terrifying the young man standing in front of him was, so he did not plan to play any tricks from the start. When the difference in strength between the two parties reached a certain level, even the smartest person could not turn the situation around. Andre seemed to have noticed this. He smiled slightly and said in a praising tone, "Very good. You are one of the few people who know your place. At least you are much better than that arrogant mentor of yours. He never knew his place and always liked to play tricks with me, although these tricks almost cost me my life." Zebulon put one hand on his chest and bowed. He smiled bitterly and sighed. "Sigh, to tell you the truth, Gavin Lauren is no longer my mentor. We had a falling out." "Oh, why?" Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zebulon helplessly spread his hands and replied, "Because Gavin Lauren has been blinded by the position of president of the association. He even plans to drag the Brest family into the abyss. I believe you have already met my brother. What do you think of him?" "An impulsive, irritable, low-intelligence idiot." Andre did not even think about it and gave his evaluation. "That's right. Your description is very accurate. As the first successor, Den does not have enough brains to deal with the complicated political struggles. After a long period of night training, he likes to use his muscles and swords instead of thinking. He always wants to use the simplest and most violent way to solve problems. I can't just watch him destroy the entire family. That's why I invited you out for a chat today. After probing each other for a long time, Zebulun finally revealed his intentions. Noble families had always been bound together for good or ill. He could not just watch the once glorious Brest family fall into ruin. Looking at Zebulun's nervous eyes, Andre laughed. It was a happy and unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, my dear Zebulun, I have already made an agreement with my brother. 3 days later, in the outskirts of Lincoln City, there will be a private battle to determine who will survive. It is said that the Church of the God of War will send a priest to notarize. The winner will get everything, and the loser will lose everything, including property, servants, slaves, and noble titles. Do you think I will give up on getting rid of my enemy with my own hands and so many benefits? Or do you think Den has the ability to resist my attack, so you want to use him as a bargaining chip? I can tell you very clearly that the Brest family was destined to be destroyed the moment your father provoked me. No one can save it. I heard you have a very beautiful sister. I am looking forward to tasting her after I win, and then hire the best slave trainer to train her into a cute pet. Enough! I'm warning you. You are not allowed to touch my sister. She is innocent. Zebulun glared with his bloodshot eyes and roared crazily. Chapter 954. Seeing that the young man before him was about to lose control of his emotions, Andre's lips curled into a beautiful arc. He stretched out his finger and shook it lightly. No, you're wrong. There's no one in this world who's innocent. Since your sister has enjoyed the benefits of her family, she must be prepared to die together with her family. Isn't that how many noble families educate their children? It was obvious that he had successfully grasped his opponent's weakness in the previous exchange. It was the youngest daughter of the Brest family, Agnes, who was only 15 years old. Outsiders would never have guessed that Zebulun, who had always been a playboy, was actually a sistercon deep down in his bones. Anger, fear, nervousness, the helplessness of having his secret seen through. In just a few seconds, Zebulun felt as if he had been smashed in the head by an ogre. He lost all ability to think, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. However, mages were mages after all. They had undergone strict training since they were apprentices. Some instructors even forbade their apprentices to speak for an entire year in order to train their self-control. They had to use their eyes, expressions, and gestures to express their intentions. Those who failed would be expelled immediately. Zebulun managed to regain his composure after a short while. He resisted the urge to punch his opponent in the face and asked through gritted teeth, "What do you want?" Andre pretended to smile proudly and spread his hands. "Ha, if I remember correctly, you were the one who suggested this meeting. So it's not what I want, but what you want. You don't actually have a lot of bargaining chips in your hands, so you better think carefully before you make your offer. I hate endless bargaining." Obviously, even though he didn't use any threatening words in his entire sentence, there was no place where he didn't reveal a threatening intent. Negotiation and negotiation were essentially a game of finding each other's weaknesses. Once you found your opponent's weakness, you'd have to relentlessly attack and force them to submit, compromise, and then do things according to your own wishes. Any soft-heartedness would not only not earn you so-called friendship, but would also make you a laughing stock. When your opponent recovered, they would immediately seek revenge. As a mage who believed in the evilness of human nature, Andre never overestimated his own charm. What he needed to do was to divide his enemies into two categories. The first type could be reached if it did not involve core interests, and the other type could not be reached. The former type could be weakened first, and then taken in through negotiations. As for the latter type, it must be completely eradicated, leaving no trace of future trouble. Unfortunately, the Brest family undoubtedly belonged to the latter. Zebulun could feel the undisguised malice from the other party. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. I don't want much. I just want Agnes to be safe and to keep the Brest family's name as a noble. You can take the rest of my wealth, status, and honor. For this, I am willing to give up my freedom and swear to be loyal to you forever, as a mage. Ha 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 ha. I'm really sorry, but what makes you think I'll agree to this condition? You should know that it's all thanks to your idiot brother. 3 days later, I'll be able to get everything I want. As for you, you're just a level 3 mage. Once I succeed Master Boris as the president of the Mage Association, there will be more powerful mages willing to serve me. So, your value is not as high as you think it is. Lastly, and most importantly, how can you guarantee your loyalty? After all, I indirectly caused your father's death. Next, I'll kill your brother and completely destroy your family. Hatred is a terrifying force. I don't want to be hurt by it at all. Andre was like a devil luring mortals into depravity. Step by step, he dragged his prey into the trap he had set up beforehand, and then stood by the side to enjoy the sight of his prey struggling in pain. Perhaps it was just as the saying went, power never changed anything. It only exposed a person's true nature. Under the erosion of more and more power, Andre gradually became accustomed to giving orders and forcing those who were weaker than him to obey his will. Although he did not notice this at the moment, it had begun to affect many people, especially the young man who was on the verge of collapse. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You're a devil in human skin. Tell me what it is you want. Zebulun finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Perhaps because he was too agitated, his entire face was flushed red. It was obvious that his blood pressure was rising. Andre's lips curled up slightly. He said in a playful tone, "My request is simple. Before I completely defeat your stupid brother, you have to end his life with your own hands. I don't care if you use poison or a dagger to stab him in the heart. It doesn't matter, but there must be enough witnesses at the scene. Remember, this promise is only valid before I defeat him. If I kill his army and subordinates, the promise will be null and void. Also, after this, your sister will become my hostage. Whether she lives well or not will depend on your performance in the future. You understand? You want me to be a kinslayer?" Zebulun fell to his knees and screamed. At this point, he finally understood Andre's goal. Andre wanted to use him to completely destroy the last resistance of the Brest family. He didn't even have to dirty his hands. After all, directly eliminating a noble family with a long history in front of so many people was a political risk. It might cause a certain degree of hostility and panic. However, if the family killed each other, people would only look down on the family's short-sightedness and despise their actions. Don't worry. You still have 3 days to consider. Think carefully before you give me an answer. Oh, right. Also, help me find out who instigated your brother. If the information is accurate, I will consider arranging a more comfortable environment for your sister in the future." Having said that, Andre patted Zebulun's shoulder lightly. He turned around and jumped into the carriage. He then ordered the coachman to turn around. In just a few minutes, he had left the eerie cemetery. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Zebulun seemed to have gone mad. He swung his fists and punched a tombstone until his hands were bloody. He slowly stood up and stared at the lion-shaped seal in his palm. With a firm tone, he said word by word, "Agnes, I swear to protect you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. I'm sorry, my brother." Chapter 955. Wow, amazing. I want to say that you're becoming more and more like a powerful noble. You actually managed to make the second son of the Brest family kneel and beg with just a few words. As soon as the carriage left the cemetery, The black lily Bonnie couldn't wait to jump up from her chair and exclaim. As a woman who had climbed up from the bottom of the slums, she had never seen a negotiation where an opponent was toyed with just a few words and almost had a mental breakdown. Andre kissed her cheek and shook his head lightly. No, my dear. You only saw the surface and didn't understand what caused that scene. Why don't you explain it to me? You know, that I really like to learn. Bonnie pulled down her collar, feeling the softness and warmth from his palm. Andre shrugged with a smile. All right, since you're so delicious, I'll explain it to you a little. Listen carefully. First of all, the negotiation depends on the strength of both sides. This strength includes power, money, and reputation. It also includes one's profession level, talents, and so on. In this aspect, I'm countless times stronger than my opponent. Secondly, I've grasped Zebulon's weakness from the start, which is his only sister. As long as I use this to threaten him, he won't have any room to retaliate. Lastly, and most importantly, I'm smarter, more rational, and more insightful than him. Therefore, the outcome of this negotiation has long been decided. There won't be any changes at all. Also, I promise you that if he had dared to show even the slightest inclination to attack, he would have been burned to ashes by the endless flames. Really? Bonnie asked as she blinked her eyes playfully. Just as Andre was about to say something, the carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman, who had been silent all this time, jumped down and opened the door. He reminded with a hoarse voice, "Boss, we've arrived at Countess Anastasia's mansion." Glancing at the brightly lit mansion outside the window, Bonnie sighed helplessly. Looks like we'll have to end our conversation here. What are your plans for the next few days? I'll return to Tue's Valley tomorrow and the day after to check on the situation in the territory and organize the army. You have to understand that private battles between nobles are not child's play, especially when it comes to etiquette. I have to make sure that no one can criticize me. After saying that, Andre straightened his clothes and jumped down from the carriage. He waved to Black Lily in the carriage and walked straight to the door. After watching him pass through the guards and enter the garden, Bonnie reluctantly said to the coachman, "Let's go home. I don't think the city will be too peaceful for the next few days. Try to keep a low profile. I don't want to cause trouble at this critical time." Don't worry, Scarface has already ordered most of the people to retreat. Right now, no one in the slums can threaten us. As long as you agree, we can even instigate the city guards stationed nearby. The coachman drove the carriage while comforting his boss's slightly sensitive nerves. After a while, the carriage disappeared into the night. After passing through the quiet garden, Andre was quickly led to the front hall by a servant. Before he had time to take off his cloak, he found that everyone in the room was looking at him, especially the anxious Mabel. She stood up and stammered, I didn't cause any trouble for you, did I?" "Trouble? Ha 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 ha. No, my friend, it's the opposite. This is a good thing." Andre passed the cloak to the butler and walked up to the young man, patting him hard on the shoulder. When the latter heard this, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Phew, thank the gods. I thought I'd gotten into big trouble again. Hee. I've already said that Andre will take care of everything. Now, let's continue to drink to our heart's content and make up for the losses at the banquet." Chloe, who had always been an optimist, raised her glass and took a big gulp of the best wine. Her fair face immediately flushed red, and she looked so cute and seductive. It was obvious that she was drunk, and even her eyes were a little blurry. She even forced Fiona, who was sitting next to her, to drink with her. From time to time, she would let out an ambiguous laugh or hum an unknown country song. Looking at her niece's drunken appearance, Countess Anastasia held her forehead helplessly and gave the old butler a look. Borg understood and immediately waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, 2 maids went forward and sent the young lady, who could not even remember her own name, back to her room. Seeing that the hall had finally quietened down, the Countess immediately asked impatiently, "What did Duke Georgie and Duke Alexander talk to you about? Don't tell me they want to start a war?" Andre sat down and took a sip of water. He replied meaningfully, "No, madam. On the contrary, they want to form an alliance with me and take over the Locket family together. Also, please allow me to congratulate you. If nothing goes wrong, you will be conferred the title of the first Duchess in the history of Linton City by the Parliament in about 2 weeks at most." What? Perhaps because the news was too shocking, Countess Anastasia suddenly stood up from her chair with her eyes wide open. She could not believe that things would develop to this point. "Calm down, madam. You have to understand that the destruction of the Linton City fleet is a huge blow to Duke Ian. Moreover, he also lost the shipyard that he was proud of under the attack of the pirates. His strength has declined greatly, and it's not surprising that others are spying on him. Duke Georgie and Duke Alexander also lost a lot in this turmoil, and they need to find a prey to make up for their losses. Unfortunately, Duke Ian became the prey. Please be prepared. If nothing goes wrong, the Locket family will be removed from the list. In the cruel political struggle, if you don't know when to advance and when to retreat, it won't be long before you die without a burial place." After saying that, Andre forked a piece of delicious and juicy fried beef into his mouth. He did not eat much at the banquet, and his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Now that he was home, he naturally had to make up for it. You're right. Families that don't know when to advance or retreat usually don't have a good ending. I just didn't expect that in just a few months there would be 2 noble families with a long history that are about to die out. The Countess, who had recovered from her shock, could not help but lament. As a member of the noble class, she could not help but feel sad when she heard such news. Chapter 956. After a simple night's rest in Countess Anastasia's mansion, Andre left Linton City with his followers in a carriage the next morning, arriving at the castle in Tulsi Valley by noon. Abner, the head of internal affairs, had been notified in advance and was waiting at the gate with a large group of servants, slaves, and soldiers. Seeing the person he was loyal to walk out of the carriage, he quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Welcome back, my lord. I've already asked the chef to prepare a sumptuous lunch according to your taste. I guarantee it will be clean and delicious." "Thank you, my dear head steward. You're always so capable. You've arranged everything well." Andre smiled and nodded in praise. As a former manager, he knew very well how much energy it took to take care of a territory with a population of tens of thousands of people. It was especially so when one had to repeat the same boring work every day. It was simply not fun at all. Abner shook his head humbly. "No, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the knowledge of agriculture and animal husbandry that you left behind. Otherwise, no matter how hard I worked, I wouldn't have been able to make the entire territory so prosperous in just half a year. Perhaps you're still not aware, but ever since the news of the first harvest of rice spread out, we've already captured at least 12 spies sent by the surrounding nobles." 12? Wow, that's quite a number. Andre purposely made an exaggerated expression. One had to know that the only way into the valley was through the heavily guarded castle. He really didn't know whether to praise those greedy nobles for their audacity or laugh at their low intelligence. After all, even a professional thief would find it difficult to avoid the pursuit of a large group of hounds. Coincidentally, there were at least 30 ferocious dogs in the castle, and more than half of them had the bloodline of the Crar hounds. They were all true killers. Once they noticed something amiss, they would immediately swarm over and tear the intruder to pieces. Andre didn't even need to think to know how miserable the fate of these spies would be. Not even a complete corpse would be left behind. Ha ha! Thanks to them, I've saved a lot of dog food. Abner smiled and told the bloody truth. It was obvious that he had fed those unlucky spies to the dogs. Now, all that was left was a pile of bones. Don't think this is strange. In order to keep the hounds aggressive, the nobles often fed them living people. Sometimes it was servants who made mistakes, and sometimes it was poachers who were unlucky enough to be caught. Imagining the bloody scene of the hounds tearing a living person apart, Andre quickly shook his head and forced himself to forget the scene just now. He continued to ask, what about other aspects? For example, our food reserves, profitability, the number of herds, and so on. In addition, how are the slaves eating? Are they starving? Abner, who knew the territory like the back of his hand, reported without hesitation. My lord, as per your orders, we have sold most of our food to Linton City to help the dukes stabilize the soaring prices. That's why we don't have much food left, just enough for daily consumption, and a professional army of 1,500 men. Their profits were also very good. When they sold the food, the dukes gave them a good price. Furthermore, the chickens, ducks, and geese you raise lay thousands of eggs every day. Some of them are salted, while the rest are sent to the city to be sold. The profits are quite good. In addition, due to the large number of cattle, sheep, and horses, dairy products are also an important source of income. Cheese in particular is not only delicious, but also provides a lot of nutrients for the body. Half of it is sold, and the other half is stored as military rations. As for the last source of income, it's soy products including oil, dregs, dried tofu, bean cakes, and so on. I have to say, your use of soy is simply amazing. I never knew that something that could only be used to feed animals could be processed into so many different types of products. The taste is also very good. As per your orders, the remaining dregs are mixed with hay and wheat straw, and they're poured into pots to be cooked, becoming fodder for the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. We currently have about 360 pigs in captivity. They've all been castrated and look fat and strong, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Most of the tenants and slaves in our territory usually eat seaweed and tofu soup, and the staple food is rice porridge cut into small pieces after cooling down. If conditions permit, I'll even hire a few fishing boats to catch some small fish near the coast and fry them, giving each person 3 to 5 fish. They now regard you as the most respected and loved person in their lives, and have a strong sense of belonging to the territory. After lunch, I'll take you around, and you'll find out your position in the hearts of the people. All in all, your territory is incomparably rich. Even the lowliest slave doesn't have to suffer from hunger or cold. I dare to swear on my honor that there's no territory in the entire southern region that can compare to this. After listening to this long series of reports mixed with flattery, Andre basically had a general understanding of his territory. To sum it up in a simple sentence, it was barely enough to satisfy the basic needs of the people. Perhaps the innovation of agricultural technology and the planting of new crops had multiplied the output of the land, but most of the tenants' income still had to be turned over to the lord. Needless to say, the slaves were even part of the master's property, not to mention any income. In fact, Andre had reduced the tax ratio to the lowest 5 in order to let the commoners live a little better, because any further reduction would arouse the hostility of the surrounding lords. In other words, as long as the tenants paid half of their income to the lord, they could peacefully enjoy the other half at home. Note that this half included more than 90% of the tax, including the poll tax. Once the tax was paid, there was no need to pay any other miscellaneous taxes. For example, entry tax, any tax, poll tax, inheritance tax, and so on. Generally speaking, the lords wouldn't stop until they had robbed the tenants of their last bit of property. Of course, if anyone in the territory wanted to get married, they would still have to pay the marriage tax. After all, this represented the supreme privilege of the Lord, and unless they wanted to challenge the entire noble class, they would have to obediently accept it. Andrei simply couldn't imagine how the peasants could survive with so many kinds of oppression. If he hadn't become a mountain person who didn't have to pay taxes when he transmigrated, he would have already become a vanguard to overthrow the feudal rule. Chapter 9:57. Heavy taxes had always been the biggest obstacle that limited the growth of Aurère's population. At the same time, it was a heavy shackle that prevented the economy, society, and culture from advancing for thousands of years. None of the lords realized that from a long-term point of view, this kind of tyrannical behavior would actually harm their own interests in the end. After all, population was the cornerstone of all civilizations. Without sufficient population, there would be insufficient labor force. Without sufficient labor force, there would be insufficient surplus value. Without sufficient surplus value, there would be no way to promote the dual prosperity of commerce and the economy. The extremely backward economy and commerce led to the low income of the lords, which in turn led to the lords crazily oppressing their tenants and serfs in their own territories. Due to this, the peasants did not have enough food to raise their offspring. To a certain extent, this was a terrifying infinite loop. Just think about it. When most of the territories only had a few thousand to a few tens of thousands of people, what could the lords do? In fact, they could not do anything. They could only barely maintain their rule, not to mention promoting reforms. Even a small-scale natural disaster could lead to extremely serious consequences. When faced with a large-scale disaster, the first reaction of the nobles was often not to provide relief to the victims, but to recruit all the elites in their territories into the army and attack the surrounding areas that were not affected by the disaster. They used slaughter and plunder to obtain the food they desperately needed. This was because regardless of whether they succeeded or failed, the nobles could achieve the goal of stabilizing their rule through war. If they succeeded, they could obtain enough food and wealth, but if they failed, they could also greatly reduce the population that could not be fed and prevent the starving victims from escaping and causing unrest in their territories. Therefore, war was a common occurrence throughout the entire continent. There were wars almost every year, every month, and every day. Sometimes it was war between countries, sometimes it was the private grudges of the nobles, and sometimes it was against the goblins, orcs, half-orcs, kobolds, and other monsters. It was these wars that ensured the stability of the feudal system for thousands of years. There was no power that could threaten it at all. Andrei shook his head helplessly as he secretly lamented the bitter lives of the peasants and tenants in this world. Reform was never something that could be done overnight. He could only do so much at the moment. As for the rest, he would wait until the time was right to do it. After all, this kind of problem related to the basic social structure. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it was best not to use violence to carry it out. Otherwise, it would definitely trigger even greater conflicts. Abner seemed to have sensed his master's displeasure and hurriedly asked cautiously, "Sir, is there anything wrong with my work?" Andrei gently waved his hand. "No, you've done well, much better than I expected. However, there's always been an idea in my mind. It's about business, but if we want to put this idea into practice, we have to increase the purchasing power of the people, which is to let them have enough money on hand. Do you have any good suggestions in this regard? Make the tenants rich. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The chief of internal affairs opened his mouth wide in shock. He was obviously shocked to the extreme. Even in his wildest dreams, he didn't dare to believe that he would one day hear such deviant words from the mouth of a feudal lord. In many traditional views, keeping the tenants and peasants poor was a necessary means to maintain the dignity and status of the nobles. This was because only those bumpkins who were so poor that they would feel a sense of inferiority when they saw the nobles' majestic castles, luxurious clothing, and luxurious food. This inferiority would become a powerful tool of governance. Yes, I'm very sure. In my plan, the slaves in the territory will be released in batches and eventually all become commoners. They will have their own property and land. Andre didn't hide anything and directly spoke his thoughts. Sir, I don't recommend that you release the slaves on a large scale because this will greatly increase the cost of operation. Can you tell me more about your business idea? Although Abner wanted to raise objections to this whimsical plan at the first moment, he ultimately held back. The reason was simple. He didn't want to question the authority of the feudal lord in front of so many outsiders. Instead, he planned to persuade Andre with his eloquence. As a smart person, Andre immediately saw through the chief of internal affairs thoughts. He smiled and nodded. No problem. But before we get to the main topic, do you know how profits are generated in all business activities? Abner lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds. Then he quickly replied, "It's demand, my lord. Only when people have a demand will they be willing to spend money to buy a certain product. This is also why food, salt, cloth, and other necessities have always occupied a large share of the trade." That's right. What you said is simply amazing. Demand is the foundation of all business activities. Then tell me, is a person's demand directly proportional to his income? Andre gradually guided Abner's thoughts. He knew very well that it would be difficult to make a stubborn and traditional chief of internal affairs accept a new economic concept. So he didn't explain it directly. Instead, he let Abner understand it himself. This time, Abner took even less time to think. A second later, he answered affirmatively. Yes, a person's demand is directly proportional to his income, because only when a person's income reaches a certain level will they consider how to enjoy life, collect art, appreciate poetry, and play. Very good. It seems that you have understood the truth that the need for survival is greater than the need for spiritual needs. Then, one last question. If farmers and tenants have money in hand, will they also want to buy some luxury goods and experience the life of a noble? Once there was demand, would merchants flock here to sell their goods? With countless merchants, won't the business tax increase substantially? As a series of questions came out of Abner's mouth, he instantly realized the point that Andre was trying to make. His eyes widened as he muttered to himself, So that's how it is. You want to increase the income of your subjects so that they can afford to buy more goods and attract more merchants. You want to use commercial taxes to replace agricultural taxes. This way, not only will you gain the gratitude of your subjects, you will also gain a prosperous trading town. Ha 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 ha, my dear chief, it seems that you accept new knowledge very quickly. Actually, the traditional idea of frantically plundering wealth and then burying it in a vault is wrong. Things like money will only become more abundant when it is circulated. Andre laughed and patted Abner's shoulder, stating an eternal truth in the field of economics. Chapter 958. Perhaps it was because he hadn't been able to find someone who could understand his ideas for a long time, but Andre was in a particularly good mood today. He didn't even mind sharing some advanced economic concepts. Just like that, he explained to Abner the importance of a stable transition from agriculture to a commercial structure, while asking how to increase the income of the farmers without touching the bottom line of the nobles. The two of them actually walked for close to 10 minutes on the short path that was less than 300 meters long. Just as they stepped into the hall on the first floor, a little lowly, wearing pink mage robes, rushed over and hugged Andre. She shouted excitedly, "Mentor, you're finally back. I'm now a senior apprentice who has learned 4 rank 0 arcane spells." Hee, well done, Beverly. Seeing that you've worked hard, I've decided to give you a small reward. Andre stroked the girl's soft golden hair with one hand, while his other hand reached into his multidimensional bag and took out a +2 physique amulet. This was one of the spoils of war he had obtained after destroying the Griffin Knights. Even though it was better than nothing for warriors who were full of stamina, it was very useful for mages who had weaker physiques. At the very least, it would prevent them from panting after walking for an hour or two. Wow, it's so pretty. Are you really giving it to me? The little lowly asked with wide eyes. She was already a senior apprentice through and through, so she could feel the magical energy emanating from the gemstone pendant. She also knew the value of such an amulet, so she was a little hesitant. Andre directly put the amulet on the girl's neck and pinched her cute little nose, smiling as he replied, "Of course! It belongs to you now." "Mom, look, Mentor gave me a magical amulet." The overjoyed Beverly immediately showed off the green gemstone pendant to her mother. "Then why aren't you thanking him? Did I not teach you basic manners?" Elsa looked at the two big eyes and reprimanded. She was wearing a purple silk dress today, looking both dignified and mature, full of the unique charm of a mature woman. Andre didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this young mother had become even more beautiful. She was like a blooming rose, constantly emitting a fatal attraction. The girl, who was afraid of being scolded by her mother, hurriedly put the amulet into the long-distance running bag and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Who asked you to be my cutest apprentice?" Andre patted the girl's head and walked straight to Elsa. He opened his arms and teased, "Long time no see. Aren't you going to give me a warm hug?" The young mother blushed and immediately got up to give her a gentle hug. She stuttered, "Juan, welcome back safe and sound." Taking advantage of the moment when their faces were touching, Andre quietly put his hand under the other party's skirt and caressed her smooth and slender thighs. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, "I miss you," in an instant. Elsa's whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She bit her lower lip and replied, "Please, please don't wait for the night, okay?" "All right, I'll wait for you tonight." After getting the promise he wanted, Andre quietly withdrew his left hand and let go of the alluring young woman in his arms. After greeting those close to him, Andre unceremoniously sat on the main seat and ordered the servants waiting at the side, "Everyone is here. Begin serving the dishes." "As you wish, my lord." The servant bowed and slowly took 5 steps back according to the etiquette of nobles. He then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. After a full half-year of training, the originally clumsy servants in the castle had now become decent. It was as if everything was developing in a good direction. Not long after, all kinds of delicious dishes were served on the table. In just 10 minutes, the long table was filled to the brim. Abner was undoubtedly well aware of Andre's eating habits and preferences, so he had adopted a separate eating system. He had also specially removed a portion of the dark cuisine, such as pain puff boiled fruit wrapped in dough, and live bird pie, literally, a live bird with feathers thrown directly into the dough and then sent into the oven to be baked. In this world where productivity was extremely low, the nobles were simply whimsical when it came to cooking in order to taste more different flavors. They almost dared to stuff anything into their mouths. Andre even felt that if there were no divine spells that could cure all diseases, most nobles would not even live to the age of 40. For the sake of his own appetite, he had written down a recipe for Abner a long time ago. It finally came in handy today, tasting the dishes cooked with salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, pepper, scallion, ginger, garlic, and other condiments. Andre finally felt the true taste of food once again. There was no damn cheese. There were no large amounts of impurities and inferior table salt that was slightly bitter. There was also no messy vanilla. One had to know that he had been in Orire for more than 4 years, and most of the time he had been eating strange local dishes. It was a miracle that his taste buds were still intact after such a long time of devastation. Andre, who had a great appetite, ate for a full 40 minutes until his stomach could no longer hold anything else. Only then did he reluctantly put down the knife, fork, and spoon and picked up a handkerchief to wipe the grease stains on his mouth. Just as he was about to sit down and rest for a while, he suddenly heard a rush of horse hooves coming from outside. Following that, a cavalry in breastplate ran in from outside and shouted loudly, "Urgent report! Urgent report! Duke Wyan has declared war on Count Karl. They have set up a formation less than 10 kilometers away from the fortress we are building." "Abner, what's going on? When did I ask you to build the fortress?" Andre immediately frowned and asked. The chief of internal affairs did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stood up and explained, "My lord, I asked people to build the fortress. Before you left, you gave an order to clear out all the beasts and monsters within 50 kilometers of the forest, in order to give the soldiers a place to rest and resupply. I began to build the fortress in a place with a water source. This way, we can better control the surrounding area." Chapter 9, 59. So that's how it is. Andre nodded thoughtfully. Although his military talent could only be considered above average, he also understood the importance of logistics, especially when it came to clearing out lush areas like the subtropical jungles. Without a stable rear, just sneak attacks and arrows alone would be enough to exhaust people. After understanding this point, he immediately stood up and went to the map hanging in the hall. "Tell me the location of the stronghold and the comparison of the forces of both sides," he asked without turning his head. The travel-worn cavalryman didn't say anything. He directly approached the map and pointed at a place about 35 kilometers away from Tue's Valley. "This is the location where we built the stronghold. It's located on a high ground at the edge of the forest. There's an underground fountain in the middle that provides enough drinking water. In addition to the 4-meter-high walls that have been erected, it's enough to defend against most monsters and beasts. As for the forces of both sides, Duke Wyan has about 3,500 men. Among them are 250 cavalrymen, 1,000 archers, 600 sword and shield infantrymen, and the rest are pikemen. Judging from the scale, he must have mobilized a large number of troops. Who knows, he might have borrowed a lot from his allies. In comparison, Earl Karl was much weaker. He only brought with him less than 1,600 men. Among them, there were about 100 cavalrymen and 340 archers. The rest were infantrymen with messy weapons. Our scouts even discovered that many of them were militia that had been recruited at the last minute. They are in formation on the grassland 10 kilometers away from the stronghold. When I set off, they were still in a negotiation state. After listening to the details of the forces of both sides, Andre immediately narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "It seems like this is a war with a great disparity in strength. A premeditated invasion, a surprise attack. Count Karl is bound to lose. You're right. Captain Buzz also thinks so. He also thinks that after Duke Wyan defeated his opponent, his next step is to force us to hand over the stronghold. Since the stronghold's location is blocking his only way to enter Count Karl's territory, he sent me back to ask for help." This cavalryman from the kingdom of Brant was obviously not a simple-minded, brawny man. Not only was his speech clear, he had also memorized the structure of the enemy's army. For most of the illiterate people who could not even count from 1 to 100, he could be considered extremely intelligent. If it were any other time, Andre would definitely try to promote or nurture him, but he wasn't in the mood right now. This was because Duke Wayne and Count Karl were the two most important neighbors of his territory in the north. Once one of them annexed the other, they would immediately form a strategic encirclement in the south. Like the two giant claws of a crab, they firmly blocked the road to the inland and forced all the passing caravans to collect a large amount of taxes. Obviously, this would seriously infringe on the interests of Andrei and his allies, especially the increasingly prosperous table salt trade. No one was allowed to strangle them. Thinking of this, his face quickly turned gloomy, and he continued to ask, "Tell me, how many soldiers are there in the fortress right now? And who is in command?" 150 wind cavalrymen, 200 barbarian warriors, Captain Buzz, Leader Wharton, and Shaman Tutu are all present. There are also about 300 goblins, 70 kobolds, and 5 ogre captives. It shouldn't be a problem to defend the fortress for a short period of time. However, the problem is that we have too few soldiers. If Duke Wayne uses siege weapons, he'll be able to flatten the 4-meter-tall wooden walls in 3 days. There was no doubt that the situation was much worse than expected. Andrei did not think that Earl Carl would be able to fend off his aggressive old rival, so he had to take action, and he had to be fast. After hesitating for a few seconds, he immediately ordered the similarly solemn chief of internal affairs, immediately gather all the troops in the valley. At the same time, recruit a portion of the militia and put them in charge of guarding the castle. Remember, once I leave, immediately put away the drawbridge and seal the gates. Enter a state of war. I have a feeling that someone is secretly helping Duke Wayne in this operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise so many professional soldiers. Understood. I'll send someone to make the preparations. Abner bowed and hurried into the valley. Not long after, he set off from the castle on a fast horse, galloping towards the army camp. He attracted the attention of many peasants and slaves along the way. Perhaps due to the suddenness of the incident, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Even the lively little Loli sat obediently in her seat, carefully observing her teacher's expression. After all, ever since Andrei became the master of Tue's Valley, this place had experienced 2 wars in the short half a year. Everyone knew how cruel war could be. The orc Thief Dell finished the ale in his cup in 1 gulp. He stood up and approached Leyland, softly suggesting, "Master, do you want me to set off now and infiltrate the enemy's camp to investigate?" Andrei muttered to himself for a moment before quickly nodding. "All right, but we have to be careful. I suspect that this might be a test from Lorreton. He wants to get to the bottom of our situation. Don't worry, no matter who he's colluding with, I'll find evidence." Dell put on his hood, hiding his ugly face. He went to the stables to get a fine horse and some rations before galloping towards the battlefield. In truth, Andrei had never paid attention to this war between the nobles of 2 regions. After all, the Flaming Duke could control the power of fire at will. He only needed to transform into his elemental form to easily defeat this army of ordinary people. But the problem was that the time and place of this battle were too coincidental. It was as if it was controlled by an invisible hand. Coupled with the confrontation with Loretta at the docks yesterday, anyone with half a brain could not help but make the connection. Although he had more and more resources at his disposal and his own strength was increasing, Andrei did not dare to relax in the slightest. This was because he knew better than anyone that Loretta Botons was an apprentice chosen by the undead king, Absalom Blackburn. He was a mage who had received the inheritance of the ancient magic civilization from a young age. He was also able to defeat his opponents time and time again in cruel trials. He was not an enemy that could be defeated easily. So from now on, Andrei could not make even the slightest mistake. Otherwise, with Loretta's amazing insight, he would immediately find his weakness. In this dangerous game between mages, unless the outcome was decided at the very last moment, he could never reveal his trump card. Chapter 960. The scorching afternoon sun shone on the ground, bringing unbearable heat. Especially in the plains where there was no shade, the temperature had reached more than 40 degrees Celsius. Duke Wyan and Count Karl's troops were lined up neatly in a square formation, facing each other in the wasteland about 50 kilometers away from the Tues Valley. This wasteland had a very beautiful name, the Land of Light. It was said that the goddess of dawn, Lucia, had once defeated the evil army from the underworld. That was why her powerful divine power remained. Under the nourishment of the divine power, this land was covered with countless sacred sunflowers that would not wither throughout the year. At a glance, it was like being in a golden sea. However, the soldiers and knights were not in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. To be exact, they were suffering and suffering. Due to the direct sunlight, the metal armor became scalding hot in just a few minutes. The people inside felt as if they were locked in an oven. They were sweating all over, losing a lot of their physical strength and water. In another half an hour or so, there would probably be people falling to the ground one after another due to heat stroke. If it weren't for the fact that the monarchs of both sides were negotiating in front of the formation, there would have been knights who couldn't help but charge and settle everything with a fierce battle. However, Duke Wyan obviously didn't want to fight. Instead, he wanted to use negotiations to annex his opponent's territory. After all, in his eyes, Lincoln City was his biggest enemy. Old friend, you should know the difference in power between us. Therefore, I sincerely suggest that you listen to my suggestion and let the two families merge into one. Marriage? Count Karl, who was riding on the horse, frowned subconsciously. His eyes were full of doubt and distrust. As a traditional inland aristocrat, he was no stranger to the merger of two families. Usually, the male heir of the stronger family would win the female heir of the weaker family. This way, their descendants would be able to obtain the inheritance rights of the two territories. In history, many great nobles used this method to annex land and eventually achieve glory. The problem was that it was easy to say, but difficult to do. Especially for the weaker side, there were too many unpredictable variables. For example, what if one of them couldn't have children? What if they suddenly died? What if the stronger party suddenly changed their mind? One had to know that once two parties were united by marriage, one of them would naturally obtain the right of succession, and with the right of succession, they would have a legitimate reason to interfere with the other party's territory, and even use it as an excuse to start a war over the right of succession. No matter what the outcome was, the one who suffered the most would always be the weaker party. In serious cases, they might even be banished completely, losing their territory and noble titles. Duke Wyan saw the other party's concern, so he gently patted the neck of his mount and solemnly said, "Yes, a marriage alliance. My eldest son will marry your eldest daughter, and the inheritance will be the dowry. If you can agree to this, I will immediately withdraw my troops. I believe you should be very clear that my ambition is not in the inland, but in the south. As long as we can take down Lincoln City, we will immediately obtain countless riches. Why should we fight to the death for a bit of land? To you, it may only be a little bit of land, but to me, it is a precious asset that my family relies on for survival and continuity. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be involved in your revenge, and I don't want to be enemies with Lincoln City." Count Karl shook his head and refused without hesitation. Perhaps before Duke Wyan showed his hostility towards Lincoln City, he would have carefully considered it, but now he would rather go to war than have anything to do with it. Perhaps the others didn't know about the grudge between Duke Wyan's family and Lincoln City, but Count Karl was very clear about it, especially when the previous duke was hanged like a clown in public, which was a great insult to the entire family. It was also because of the humiliation and anger that the current Duke Wyan had been accumulating his strength waiting for an opportunity to launch a war of revenge. He longed to use blood and death to put an end to everything. However, Count Karl was very clear that it was impossible to defeat Lincoln City with just a large number of troops and brave knights. As long as the mages in the tower were still alive, no external enemy could break through the tall walls. But unfortunately, Duke Wyan didn't realize this, and he sneered and mocked. "Are you afraid? You're just like those cowards, afraid of Lincoln City's power, aren't you?" This isn't fear, it's self-awareness, just like how a hound shouldn't provoke a lion, a wild boar shouldn't provoke an elephant, and you shouldn't provoke Lincoln City. Count Karl pointed out his attitude without hesitation. "Well then, it seems like negotiations have broken down. Let's go to war." Duke Wyan glared at him, turned his horse around, and galloped back to his troops. Earl Karl took a deep breath and returned to the square formation. He gestured for the knights under him to get ready for war. Soon, along with the loud sound of a horn, the war drums began to thump loudly, and the infantry of both sides began to march forward in an orderly manner. At the same time, the archers began to shoot in a large area. The sharp arrows made use of the acceleration of gravity, drawing a beautiful parabola in the sky, and then fell like raindrops, piercing into the advancing infantry. At first glance, a large number of shieldless infantry fell to the ground like wheat being harvested, and let out painful screams and wails. As for the trump card of both sides, the cavalry, they were still silently waiting for the order to charge. Whether it was Duke Wyan or Count Karl, both understood that once the heavy cavalry was sent into the battlefield, it meant the final battle. Before that, they would try to use the infantry to break the enemy's line of defense and let the enemy enter the battlefield first. There was no ambush. There was no strategic deception. There were no conspiracies. There was only the direct collision of blood and fire. It was exactly the same as the war in Orier for thousands of years. After 3 rounds of crossbow fire, the infantry formation finally met in the center of the battlefield. First, the spears that were 4 meters long collided with each other. Almost immediately, the soldiers in the front row were either killed or injured. Then, the swordsmen on both sides of the formation swarmed up and engaged in a chaotic battle. The deafening battle cries could be heard clearly even from a few kilometers away. Usually, due to physical limitations, such a high-intensity battle wouldn't last too long. Once one side was exhausted, the other side's heavy cavalry would immediately charge and defeat the opponent in one go. Chapter 9, 61. Standing at the top of the arrow tower made of wood, Buzz, the cavalry commander, held up his binoculars and silently watched the battle in the distance. After more than 3 months of entanglement, pursuit, and encirclement with the monsters in the border forest, he had learned a lot of things, especially his understanding of war. He was no longer limited to head-on clashes without any techniques. He was also quite proficient in using sneak attacks, counter-sneak attacks, high-speed movement of cavalry, and harassment tactics. At the start of the war, the Wind Cavalry from the Prairie Kingdom of Brant had suffered greatly. A few unlucky fellows were killed before they could even see what the enemy looked like. Because they were in the forest, they couldn't ride their horses as fast as they could in the plains and grasslands. They also couldn't adapt to the constant sneak attacks from the monsters under the ground and from the treetops. In just a few days, they had to retreat from the forest and watch Wharton lead the barbarians on a killing spree. But just as the saying went, actual combat was always the best teacher for a commander. It could eliminate the weak and let the strong stand out. There was no doubt that Buzz was never a weakling. After a few weeks, he gradually learned how to deal with the goblins and kobolds who would do anything. He even used the speed of the cavalry to block a group of goblins who were plotting behind the scenes in a cave and burn them all to ashes. In the following encirclement and suppression, the reborn Wind Cavalry fully displayed their advantages. Time and time again, they crushed the enemy's resistance, causing them to flee in all directions in panic. They were no longer able to organize a decent resistance. In about 2 months, they captured thousands of captives from the endless forest, plains, and caves. Then, they sold these captives to the mines in the surrounding areas in exchange for the poor human slaves and other materials. Finally, they built a fortress made of stones, wood, lime, and other materials. Of course, to the goblins, kobolds, orcs, half-orcs, ogres, and other monsters who couldn't even build straw huts, this was already a very strong fortress. Without any siege weapons, they would need at least 10 times the number of troops to be able to take down this fortress. Hey, buddy, you've been looking through the binoculars for a long time. Don't you want to say something? Wharton asked casually as he chewed on the delicious and juicy roasted lamb leg. As a typical barbarian warrior, he was never afraid of fighting with any enemy, and he didn't care about the number of enemies. True barbarian warriors believed that dying in a fierce battle was a great honor, and dying in bed was a disgrace. Buzz glanced helplessly at his friend who had fought alongside him for 3 months and shook his head with a wry smile. That's an obvious fact. What can I say? Duke Wyon's army was far more powerful than Count Karl's in terms of both quantity and quality. It was only a matter of time before he won. The problem now was how Duke White would deal with them after they won. As everyone knows, this fortress is in the way of his march. If he can't take it, he won't be able to invade Count Karl's territory as he pleases. Wharton obviously didn't care about this. He continued to chew on the mutton in his mouth and shrugged. So we're going to war again. Judging from Duke White's hatred for Linton City, I'm afraid war is inevitable unless we're willing to withdraw from this fortress, Buzz speculated as he stroked his beard. Withdraw from the stronghold? Are you kidding me? This is a stronghold that we spent over 2 months to build. I'd rather burn it than give it to the enemy. Since that Duke White wants war, we'll give him war. We'll show him the bravery of barbarians. Wharton waved the mutton leg in his hand and shouted excitedly. It was as if he was waving a sharp weapon instead of a mutton leg. Tutu Munka sighed slightly when he saw that he was still so reckless. He reminded him in a hoarse voice, "Child, how many times have I told you that fighting head-on against an enemy who is countless times stronger than you is not bravery? It's called stupidity or seeking your own death. When will you learn to be calm and think like a real leader?" Look at your friend, Buzz. He's changed from a charging knight to an excellent commander who can skillfully use his cavalry. But what about you? You're still obsessed with personal strength. Perhaps as a warrior, there was nothing wrong with his actions. But as a leader, you'll lead your entire race into the abyss. I'm about to die. Wharton, I'm afraid I don't have time to teach you more about what a leader should do. So you must start to discipline yourself and set an unbreakable bottom line for yourself. When to attack, when to retreat, when to fight to the death, when to give up all honor and compromise. Wharton's heart was full of respect for this soul shaman who had helped him out of many difficult situations. He hurriedly threw away the bone that didn't have much meat and said in a panic, "I'm very sorry to disappoint you again. Please don't say those inauspicious words. You look less than 60 years old. You can definitely live for another 20 years. Tutu Munka smiled and sighed. 20 years? Ha, child, you really know how to comfort people. No, I won't live that long, because every soul shaman will feel a strong calling before they die. I estimate that in a few months, I'll have to abandon this body and exist in another form. So, I hope to see you become a qualified leader before I die. Now tell me, can you fulfill the last wish of an old man?" "Of course. I swear on my father's name that I will become a qualified leader and lead the barbarians back to the wilderness and live according to the ancient traditions." Wharton agreed without even thinking about it. He was obviously frightened and didn't know what to do. After all, he was only in his early 20s. Perhaps he could face powerful enemies without batting an eyelid and calmly accept his death, but when it came to complicated internal affairs, he would immediately become flustered. Very good. I look forward to your performance. Now, go and prepare everyone for battle. Stuart Abner is a smart man. He will definitely make the right choice. And maybe there will be a big surprise. After saying that, Tutu Munka glanced meaningfully at the blue sky, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 962. While Duke Wyan and Count Karl were fighting, Andrei had finally gathered his troops. They set off from Tue's Valley and headed straight for the fortress. There were 370 cavalrymen, 400 barbarian warriors in heavy armor, 250 longbowmen recruited from the surrounding areas, and the mercenaries from the Sandstorm Mercenary Group. All in all, there were about 1,000 of them. Although there were not many of them, they were well-trained and well-equipped. Most of them had seen blood before, so they were definitely not a militia that was put together at the last minute. Especially the cavalrymen and barbarian warriors, they were the best of the best. The former had undergone several months of arduous training. Basically, all of them were warriors with professions. Furthermore, they were equipped with sturdy breastplates, fully enclosed helmets, lances, scimitars, composite bows, and 4 quivers with a total of 80 arrows. Not only could they shoot at the enemy with their bows from afar, they could also launch a charge and use the powerful charging force of their war horses to tear apart the enemy's formation. The latter were not bad either. Normal barbarians were excellent warriors when they reached adulthood. They were strong, had good endurance, and had terrifying violent abilities. Once they entered a chaotic battle, they could defeat the enemy within a few minutes. They were equipped with heavy half-body armor and horned helmets. Their weapons were relatively messy. Some had war hammers, some had axes, and some had broadswords. The only thing they had in common was that they all had a row of throwing axes hanging from their waists. Before they charged into the battlefield, the enemy would first taste at least 2 waves of axes raining down from the sky. As for the other hand, they held a combat shield, mainly used to block arrows flying from afar. Although the barbarians lost their natural ability to move quickly after putting on their heavy armor, they were still as fast as any elite soldiers. Watching the mighty army pass by, Andrei asked Yuras, who was following behind him, without looking back, "How is it? Are you ready to be the commander of this army? You must know that they are very proud. If you can't bring them a glorious victory, I'm afraid they won't listen to your command." "Of course, I've been ready for a long time. It's my honor to be the commander of such an elite private army." Yuras' eyes were filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. Ever since he swore his loyalty, he had been waiting silently. Today, he finally had the chance to prove his worth. How could he not be nervous and excited? Very good. I like confident people. As long as you can achieve your goals in the upcoming war, I will confer you the title of a knight and give you the fortress at the edge of the forest, as well as the land within 10 kilometers of it as your fief. In this way, you can bring your clansmen over and settle them down. It doesn't matter whether they are farming or grazing. Andrei had never been a stingy person, especially when it came to those capable talents. He had always been generous, not to mention that it was just a fortress built in 2 months and 10 kilometers of undeveloped wasteland. However, in Yuras' eyes, this action was seen as a sign of respect and appreciation. He was so excited that he almost shed tears. He hurriedly took a deep breath and promised, "Thank you for your generosity. In the name of the great desert god, Akamala, I swear that I will be loyal to you and your family forever, and I will never betray you." To him, who had lost his home, Owning a piece of land was more important than any money, wealth, or beautiful women, because with this piece of land, he could let his clansmen who were forced to wander around have a home. They could live a peaceful life and then reproduce. One had to know that in the Great Kamla Desert, an oasis with a radius of 10 kilometers was enough to trigger a fierce war between dozens of clans. However, Eurus only needed to offer his loyalty and ability to obtain it easily. It was so easy that he felt like he was in a dream. Andre was obviously satisfied with his reaction. He smiled and waved his hand. Hee, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Don't forget the conditions. You need to achieve your goals first. Remember, I won't be personally involved in this war. If you meet a difficult opponent, seek help from my followers. Understood. I won't disappoint you. After all, this is where my value lies. After saying this resolutely, Eurus thumped his chest hard. He quickly turned his horse around and galloped to the side of the mercenary band, excitedly sharing this important news with his clansmen. In just a few minutes, the entire Sandstorm mercenary band was roaring with excitement. Some of them even knelt down to pay their respects to Andre. One could foresee that in the coming battle, they would definitely fight with their lives on the line, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. Those who had never lived in the desert would never understand how precious a piece of land that could be used for farming and grazing was. They would never understand the price they were willing to pay to obtain such a piece of land. Necromancer Mant stared coldly at the excited mercenary band and silently came up behind Andre. He smiled and said, "My evil master, your grasp of the human heart is simply amazing. Look at these poor fellows. They've actually been blinded by a piece of barren land. They don't know that it's just a carrot tied to a stick, used to make donkeys and horses run with all their might until they die of exhaustion. No, Mant, you have to understand that value is different in everyone's heart. Some people think that gold and jewels are the most valuable because they can be used to buy any commodity in the world, including family and love. Some people think that power is the most valuable thing in the world because once you have power, you can control the life and death of others. You can rob them of their wealth and force others to like you and love you. To these homeless people, a piece of land that they can live on, a warm home, and a stable life are all treasures that can't be bought with any amount of money or power. Therefore, I'm not trying to deceive them with a piece of barren land. Instead, I'm giving them what they want the most. In the interactions between people, giving an appropriate gift at the right time or giving an appropriate promise can often produce unexpected results. Therefore, when you decide to rope in a target, it's best to first understand their personality, preferences, and troubles. That way, you can be like me, using something that seems cheap to gain loyalty and gratitude. Andre's eyes emitted a deep light as he spoke, as if sucking people in. Without a doubt, he was now a qualified leader. Moreover, he was proficient in using tactics to improve the loyalty of his subordinates. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to play the game of power like a fish in water and play everyone in the palm of his hand. Chapter 963. 35 kilometers wasn't a long distance. A person could complete it in about 5 hours by walking at full speed. If they were to run or ride a horse, the time would be even shorter. But the problem was that marching wasn't like rushing. They had to strictly control their speed. On one hand, they had to ensure that the soldiers didn't run out of stamina. On the other hand, they had to send out scouts to investigate the surrounding situation to prevent enemies from ambushing them. Generally speaking, an army in the era of cold weapons would never travel more than 30 kilometers a day. Basically, they would stop at 20 kilometers to rest, camp, and eat. They would then continue the next day. However, Andre obviously didn't have the time to make the army move slowly. He only had 3 days to solve the sudden trouble, so he had to move quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bring the army back to Lincoln City on time. Although he could easily kill thousands of ordinary soldiers by himself, it would undoubtedly be very awkward. After all, the reason why nobles' private battles were talked about by countless people was that the parties involved wouldn't easily join the battle. They would sit in the stands like spectators and watch their subordinates fight to the death. If someone personally joined the battle, it would undoubtedly be regarded as ungentlemanly. Andre even felt that perhaps Loretta chose to stir up trouble at this time to make him lose sight of the other side. He might even take the initiative to expose part of his hidden strength. Without a doubt, this was a very successful strategy. At the very least, it made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if there were two annoying flies, one flying in front of him while the other was buzzing behind him. The only thing he could do now was to choose one of them and slap it to death. Obviously, Andre chose Duke Wyan. He wouldn't allow the trade route to the inland to be cut off by anyone. After more than 4 hours of speedy travel, the team finally entered the corpse-strewn battlefield before the sun set. Because there was no burial, many carnivores such as wolves, foxes, crows, and eagles were enjoying a feast of corpses. Even when they saw the humans approaching, they didn't have the intention to move aside. Instead, they let out threatening growls. Just when Andre wanted to send someone to count the number of corpses, he suddenly discovered that the orc thief Del had appeared behind him and bowed respectfully. "Master, there's no need to trouble yourself. If you want to know the losses of both sides, just ask me directly. Tell me, what have you found?" Andre was not in the mood to talk nonsense and asked directly. Del took off his hood and pointed at the corpses on the ground. First, the losses on both sides. Duke White lost about 400 men, most of them infantry. Count Karl, on the other hand, had lost almost all of his soldiers. About 1,000 of them had died in battle, and the rest had fled in all directions. Under the protection of 50 cavalrymen, he had fled back to his castle in a sorry state. I reckoned that other than seeking help from the other feudal lords around him, there was no way he could have defended his territory. In addition, I also found some interesting things in Duke White's personal belongings during the chaotic battle. As he spoke, Del took out a few parchment letters from his bosom. Andre took a look at them and discovered that they were all private letters sent to Duke White by the surrounding nobles of Lincoln City. Between the lines, there was a message that they had formed a close alliance with Duke White. No wonder Duke White was able to gather a professional army of 3,500 men. More than half of them should have come from the support of his allies. It was obvious that this news was out of the ordinary, especially at such a sensitive time. It was like pouring a bucket of oil into a fire. Investigate all the feudal lords involved as soon as possible. Find out who is the mastermind behind all of this. Here are 10 drafts of 500 gold coins for the funds for this operation. Remember, I don't care if you bribe, threaten, or assassinate them. I want to know what they want to do before things get completely out of control. After he finished speaking, Andre handed the bills to the half-beastman, his eyes filled with a chilling light. He was now certain that Duke White's sudden military operation was definitely ordered by Loretta. Apart from this guy, there was no one else in the vicinity of Lincoln City who could make the scattered nobles of the inland unite. Understood. Please rest assured. I promise to give you the truth in a week at most. But as a half-beastman, it's not convenient for me to move around in human society. I wonder if you can let Yvonne work with me. After stuffing the bills into his bosom, Del immediately made his request. At the same time, he looked at the half-elven bard, who was lazily riding on the horse. Andre glanced at the half-elven, who had a faint smile on her face, and asked, "Yvonne, what do you think?" "Me?" The bard pointed at her nose and spread out her hands with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's just stealing information. If you need it, I'm ready to act at any time. Andre nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Then the two of you will be in charge of the investigation. If necessary, I authorize you to launch assassinations and completely muddy the waters. No matter what, we can't let this alliance truly operate. After receiving the order, the two quickly rode their horses and disappeared into the horizon. Their task was not easy. After hundreds of years of marriage confrontation and war between the inland lords, the relationship between them was simply a mess. In order to understand all of this, they had to first investigate their historical grievances. Only then could they determine who played a leading role in the alliance and who was forced to join. After passing through the battlefield that was littered with corpses, the team continued to move forward. However, they didn't go far before the scouts that were sent out to explore the path hurriedly turned back and brought back bad news. The fortress ahead was surrounded by an army of about 1,200 people. The enemy wasn't in a hurry to launch an attack. Instead, they began to build defensive fortifications. After listening to the scouts' report, Eurus directly went to find Andre and explained with a serious expression, "My lord, I'm afraid we don't have time to rest. Duke Wyan has divided his army into two groups. One group is guarding the main road, and the other group is definitely going to rush to Count Karl's castle. Once he captures the castle, then we'll be like rats caught in a bellows. No matter which side we attack, we'll be attacked by the other side." "So we're in a race against time?" Andre asked expressionlessly. Chapter 964. Yes, I need your support and authority now. Eurus was not a pedantic person, so he asked for the authority he deserved. As a commander, he had to establish his authority and make the soldiers obey him. They had to believe that he could bring victory, but without enough authority, the so-called authority was just a joke. Looking at the determination in the other party's eyes, Andre nodded lightly. "No problem. I now authorize you to be the commander of the entire army. This is my sword. If anyone disobeys my orders, you have the right to deal with them yourself." As he spoke, he took the thin sword from his waist and handed it over. Eurus understood what this meant. He quickly jumped off his horse and knelt on the ground in front of everyone. He raised both his hands and took the thin sword. He swore loudly, "Rest assured, I will use this sword to defeat the enemy and bring victory to you. Go and prove your talent. I will wait here for you to bring back the news of victory." As he spoke, Andre stretched out his arm and made a gesture of supporting Eurus. He wanted the proud barbarian warriors and cavalry to clearly see his support for Eurus and ensure the smooth transfer of authority. As expected, no one dared to oppose, even if they did not trust this commander who came out of nowhere. Eurus could even feel the strong doubt in the eyes of the barbarians. If he could not obtain a glorious victory, then he would never have the chance to become the commander of this army. No hesitation, no need to think. After he obtained authority, the first thing he did was to order the formation. The longbowmen were at the front, the barbarian warriors at the back, and the cavalry at the flanks. They began to advance slowly. As for the small mercenary group, they took advantage of the fact that the enemy's attention was attracted by the main army to quietly move to the side of the forest. They were prepared to deal a fatal blow when the situation reached a stalemate. Looking at Yura's skillful commanding ability and simple and effective tactics, Andre instantly realized that he had found a very outstanding commander. Although he could not know if he could see the big picture, at least his reactions were fast. He was much better than those idiots who only knew how to play one wave of attacks. However, in order to prevent any accidents, Andre decided to add another layer of insurance. He waved at the dark guardian behind him, Yvette. The latter immediately came forward and asked in a low voice, "Master, what are your orders?" "Summon your servant." If the enemy's knights made any strange movements, they could enter the battlefield at any time. In addition, use this to replace your spearhead. Try to be quick. I don't want to see Duke Wyon's knights rush into the phalanx. As Andre spoke, he took out the magic breaker spearhead that had once killed Gerald from his multidimensional bag. Since this thing was made entirely of mithril, most steel armors would not be able to withstand its piercing. With just one strike, it could easily pierce through the opponent's defense. Yvette gently touched the spearhead with her finger, and a cruel smile immediately appeared on her face. "As you wish, my dear master. I believe that when the knights find out that their armor has been pierced through, they will show an incomparably wonderful expression." "Then what are you waiting for? Go and enjoy this beautiful evening and the exciting war. You like blood and death very much, don't you?" Andre asked with a smile. He could feel that the spirit of this woman in pure black armor standing in front of him was becoming more and more excited. She was like a hungry beast, eager to devour fresh life. "Of course. Please excuse me for a moment. Summoning an inferno creature is a very dangerous thing." Yvette put one hand on her chest and slightly bowed. She quickly jumped down from the warhorse and quickly changed the spearhead. Then she retreated to the open space behind her and knelt down on one knee to pray to a god of the evil faction. In the blink of an eye, a bright flame began to form a huge fire circle on the ground. Then the flame quickly spread and formed a complex and mysterious pattern. A sulfuric smell from the inferno began to spread in the air. The flame seemed to have a life of its own. It danced and flickered with the wind, gradually forming a solid body. A minute later, a black steed rushed out from the center of the flame. Its entire body was emitting scorching heat. Its eyes, mouth, and hooves were all burning fiercely. It was like a nightmare that walked out of a nightmare. Just its appearance caused everyone to tremble. An inferno horse? What a pleasant surprise. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Any dark guardian that reached level 5 would be able to summon a creature from the purgatory of Order Evil as their servant. The higher the level of the dark guardian, the stronger the creature he could summon. The purgatory horse was undoubtedly one of the stronger creatures. It was said that dark guardians above level 10 could even command devils to serve them. Yvette didn't say anything else and directly jumped onto the horse's back. She squeezed her legs and galloped towards the battlefield. As she ran, she put down her sinister mask and looked like an emissary of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the purgatory horse stepped on, regardless of whether it was flowers, grass, trees, or soil, they were all charred black. Speed up, speed up, speed up even more. Relying on the muscle strength and vitality of a purgatory creature that was far beyond that of a normal horse, Yvette rushed into the battlefield in just 10 minutes. Like a heavy tank, she instantly pierced through 100 infantry phalanx. Those pitiful ordinary soldiers didn't even have time to react before they were engulfed by the flames that the inferno horse spat out. They screamed and fled in all directions. With their pitiful knowledge, they didn't know how to deal with a horse that could spit fire. The enemy commander, who was commanding the battle, was stunned. He immediately shouted at the knights beside him, ordering them to attack immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the infantry at the front began to retreat under the influence of fear. It might even turn into a disorderly escape. Soon, 2 fully armed knights jumped onto their warhorses and rushed out from the rear, heading straight for Yvette. Seeing this scene, Necromancer Matt pursed his lips and asked in a playful tone, "Master, is it really okay for her to charge around like this? Isn't it a little different from the order you gave just now?" Andre smiled and spread out his hands. "It's fine. I can tolerate a little change in the plan. After all, Yvette did well, didn't she? She successfully lured the enemy's knight out. As long as she can defeat the enemy, then I can ignore some details. What if she can't do that? Mant continued to ask, meaningfully. Hee, you're really a bad guy. All right, since you want to know, then I can tell you clearly. She will be punished, and very severely. After saying this, Andre no longer paid attention to the necromancer beside him and focused on the changes on the battlefield. Chapter 965. Cluck, 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 cluck. Accompanied by the crisp sound of horse hooves, two knights wearing silver full-body armor charged from the left and right respectively. They held their lances horizontally, constantly adjusting their posture and position in order to find the best position to attack, while raising their shields to block the opponent's lances. In comparison, Yvette looked like a demon from hell. Whether it was her black armor or her fire-breathing mount, they all gave off a sinister and terrifying feeling. However, she looked much calmer than her opponents. She didn't even bother to use her shield. She held her lances and controlled her speed, while silently placing her other hand on her waist, gripping her sword tightly. Due to the Inferno horse's body constantly emitting flames, no one noticed these small, fatal movements. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. In just half a minute, the two sides met in the center of the battlefield. They could see each other's eyes through the gaps in their helmets, feel each other's rapid breathing and heartbeat. There was no nonsense. There was no need for conversation. For warriors like them, it was enough to fight. Just as they were about to meet, the two knights abruptly increased the speed of their steeds, attempting to use their equestrian skills to catch Yvette off guard. Although every knight could master this skill, there were not many who could use it at a critical moment. Yvette didn't show any signs of panic as she watched the lances getting closer and closer to her chest. Instead, she tilted her body slightly and allowed one of the knight's lances to pierce her shoulder. The intense pain caused by the collision made her feel suffocated. However, at the same time, she also stabbed her lance into one of the knight's heart. The knight's shield and armor didn't cushion the impact at all. Soon after, both of them rolled off their mounts. The only difference was that one of them was still alive with heavy injuries, while the other was already a corpse. Because all of this happened too quickly, almost no one could see clearly what had just happened. While the second knight was still in a daze, the hell horse suddenly turned around and bit the neck of the warhorse he was riding. Then, it spat out a scorching flame from its mouth, burning the warhorse's head into charcoal. As for him, due to the inertia, he flew straight off the horse's back and fell to the ground with a plop, unable to get up for a long time. It must be known that the hell horses summoned by the Dark Guardian were not horses, but infernal creatures with high intelligence. They were not as timid and easily frightened as horses. Instead, they were like devils, cunning, cruel, and callous. They would make their own judgments based on the situation. It was obvious that the horse had taken advantage of the knight's distraction to launch a sneak attack and help its master kill the opponent's mount. After all, in Orire, even a 3-year-old child knew that a knight with a warhorse and a knight without a warhorse was at least 2 levels weaker. Ha 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 ha! Well done! I'll reward you later. Yvette laughed wildly as she pulled out the spear that was embedded in her shoulder. Then she got up from the ground and used the special ability that she had obtained from the fallen paladin profession, Holy Healing. This was the reward that the evil gods gave to paladins who had abandoned their good and joined the evil faction. Usually, the higher the level of the paladin, the more benefits they would receive after falling. As a dazzling red evil light shrouded the wound, the broken bones and muscles quickly healed. Not even a scar was left behind. However, just like all healing spells, although the wound was healed, the bones and muscles inside would need about a week to fully recover. Therefore, Yvette did not use her injured right arm. Instead, She used her left hand to pull out her sword and walked straight to the knight who had fallen off his horse. As an evil dark guardian, she would never feel pity. It didn't matter if the opponent was young or old, woman or child, conscious or unconscious. If necessary, she wouldn't mind unleashing an inhumane massacre. The dizzy knight seemed to have heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly struggled to get up from the grass and pulled out his sword to prepare for battle. Due to the heavy fall just now, the shield in his hand had long disappeared. The iron helmet was also severely deformed due to the impact, completely blocking the vision of his right eye. Of course, compared to the Inferno horse that had sneaked up behind him and was waiting for an opportunity to attack, this little trouble was just child's play. Yvette undoubtedly enjoyed the despair of her opponent in the face of death. She smiled and teased, "You know what? If I were you, I wouldn't take advantage of the fact that I still have a choice to kill myself. Because once you fall into my hands, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to kill yourself." "Evil woman, don't try to distract me." The knight was unmoved and retorted. The voice that came from the fully enclosed helmet was very low. It was at least 35 years old. Obviously, it was not the kind of young man who would be easily angered. "Distract? Hee. Do you think that with the current situation, I still need to distract you? Guess, if we attack at the same time, what are your chances of survival?" Yvette stopped 5 meters away from her opponent. She was very clear that if she took another step forward, she would immediately enter the enemy's attack range. The knight coldly glanced at the Inferno horse that was constantly shooting sparks from its nose. He was unmoved and replied, "At least I can choose to die together with you. It might be you, or it might be your mount. According to what I know, once a Dark Guardian's Inferno servant dies, you have to wait a year before you can summon a second one. Isn't that right? Wow, it seems that you know a lot about the Dark Guardian. But the question is, can you really do it?" Just as he finished speaking, Yvette suddenly rushed into her opponent's defensive circle. She raised the sword in her hand and fiercely stabbed towards her opponent's chest. Seeing its master move, the Inferno horse did not want to be outdone and attacked from behind. The knight seemed to understand that he would not be able to survive the pincer attack. Therefore, his eyes revealed a trace of determination. He did not have the slightest intention of parrying or dodging. He faced the sharp tip of the sword head-on, attempting to use his own body as the price to block Yvette's weapon, and then use his own sword to stab into her opponent's throat. Without a doubt, this was a classic mutual destruction tactic. There was no need to think about tactics or skills. It only required a brave and fearless heart and sufficient awareness. Chapter 966. But the problem was, could such a tactic, which could be seen through at a glance, really cause any harm to the treacherous Dark Knights? Obviously, the answer was no. The moment Yvette's sword was about to pierce the armor, it suddenly emitted a strange light, as if it was covered by some kind of energy. Then it changed direction, crack. With a crisp sound, the knight's sword was cut in half, and the cut was extremely smooth. He obviously did not expect this to happen. Before he could react, Yvette hit his head with the hilt of the sword, and he lost consciousness. How does the cleaving of virtue feel? Idiot of the good camp. Yvette kicked the unconscious captive and sneered sarcastically. Usually, most of the feudal knights were in the neutral camp. They did not care about good and evil, and only obeyed the orders of their lord. But this was obviously a special case. Otherwise, the Dark Knight's cleaving of virtue would not be able to exert its power. In fact, the cleaving of virtue was the same as the cleaving of evil. Both were extremely terrifying attacks, but one targeted good and the other targeted evil. It was also because of this almost invincible attack that the Paladins and Dark Knights had the strength to surpass most of the close combat professionals. On one hand, they had incomparably powerful martial arts, And on the other hand, they had the ability to cast spells. Ordinary warriors, knights, barbarians, and so on could hardly gain any advantage in battle. No hesitation, no mercy. Yvette cruelly cut off the heads of the two knights, tied them on a rope, and hung them on both sides of the horse. This could not only show her cruelty and ruthlessness, but also intimidate the soldiers who were not strong-willed enough. After doing all this, she put away the broken tip of the lance and quickly attached it to another lance. She jumped on the purgatory horse again and continued to rampage on the battlefield, repeatedly attacking the infantry formation. Although Yvette was only one person, she had successfully torn apart the enemy's formation. The death of the two knights had an unimaginable impact on the enemy's morale. Eurus caught this fleeting opportunity and decisively ordered the cavalry on both sides to stop shooting and start a full-scale charge. At the same time, the mercenaries hiding in the bushes on the side also came out. In the blink of an eye, they killed the archers in the back row. The barbarian warriors could no longer control the boiling blood in their bodies. They roared and used their berserk abilities. In just a few minutes, they were like a gust of wind, killing more than 200 swordsmen. Normal humans could not withstand such a crazy attack. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Even though the enemy commander also sent out heavy cavalry in an attempt to salvage the situation, he did not expect that at this crucial moment, the tightly shut door of the fortress behind him would suddenly open. The cavaliers and barbarian warriors stationed inside came out in full force, executing the classic tactic of stabbing the chrysanthemum, forcefully destroying the last shred of hope. In desperation, the noble, who looked to be in his early 50s, abandoned his army without saying a word. He turned around and led 7 or 8 guards to ride a horse and escape in the direction of Duke Wyon's army. Obviously, he was very clear about his mission, which was to let Duke Wyon know that the army's escape route had been cut off as soon as possible. Now, it was not the enemy who was at a disadvantage, but himself. Looking at the direction of the enemy's escape, Wild Elf Adeline immediately suggested, "Master, do you want me to chase after them and kill them?" As a forest ranger, she was best at tracking and hunting, especially in the jungle and the wilderness. Almost no one could escape from a ranger's pursuit. Andre smiled and shook his head. "No, there's no need for that. I just want Duke Wyon to know that his escape route has been cut off. In this way, he can either turn around and fight us to the death, or he can use the fastest speed to capture Count Karl's castle. No matter which option he chooses, it will be advantageous for us. If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have brought any siege equipment. If Duke Wyon chooses to occupy the castle, how do you plan to attack it?" The necromancer was very puzzled. "Ha, my dear man, just because I don't have any siege equipment doesn't mean that I don't have any other methods. Before I left, I brought 2 barrels of gunpowder with me. It's enough to blow up a section of the wall." Andre's mouth curved up slightly as he revealed his secret weapon, although the power of the primitive cannons and flintlocks was greatly reduced after coming to the land, especially the latter, whose range was not even as good as the bow and arrow. The power of the gunpowder was still enough to destroy most of the buildings made of bricks. Of course, if he encountered a magically reinforced granite castle, then he could only admit that he was unlucky. After all, a castle like this would cost at least 300,000 to 500,000 gold coins to build. Not many of the inland nobles could afford it. And even if they could, it would be difficult to hire a high-level mage or sorcerer. With the balance of victory completely out of balance, the war had entered the defensive stage. Under the command of Eurus, the killing had gradually stopped. The cavalrymen were responsible for gathering the captives together and forcing them to throw away their weapons. Then, the barbarians were responsible for tying them up with ropes and waiting for Andre's orders. As for those who were seriously injured, they were directly chopped to death on the spot. There was no chance for any treatment at all. Every barbarian warrior knew how precious healing magic was, so they didn't want Nina to waste her natural magic on the captives at all. After all, if she used too much on the captives, her own people would get less of it. Perhaps most of them were illiterate, but they still understood this principle. As for the captives who were tied up, they didn't have any objections at all. They didn't even have the slightest intention to resist. After all, Oriar hadn't developed to the point of awakening their national consciousness. In the eyes of most ordinary soldiers, fighting a war was just a job. When the side they were loyal to was defeated, this job would end. There was no need to put their lives on the line. After a simple count of the casualties and captives, Eurus quickly found Andre and reported, "My lord, we have lost about 35 barbarian warriors, 28 cavalrymen, 40 mercenaries, 23 longbowmen, 60 war horses, and 200 wounded. Fortunately, not many of them are seriously injured. They are receiving treatment with magic. I believe that their lives won't be in danger, but they will need to rest for a while." Hearing that the death toll didn't exceed 150, Andre immediately showed a satisfied expression. "Not bad. It's completely within the acceptable range. What about the captives? How many did we capture?" "There are a lot of captives, about 700 of them. There are no knights, no nobles, and some of them escaped into the forest during the chaos. For safety's sake, I didn't send anyone to chase after them." As a qualified commander, Eurus knew very well how dangerous it was to send people to chase after the enemy hiding in the forest when the sun was about to set. He would never make such a low-level mistake. Chapter 967. 700 people. Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that so many people would choose to surrender instead of running away into the forest after such a big battle. The tall trees in the forest at the border could be used as a natural umbrella. Once someone escaped into the forest, it would be impossible to chase after them. Eurus seemed to be aware of the doubts of the person he was loyal to. He immediately explained with a smile, "Sir, please believe me. As long as we don't encounter those cruel lords who like to slaughter captives, no one is willing to risk being devoured by the wild beasts. Maybe you think that the dense forest is a perfect shelter, but in fact, it is a place of death. Because when the sky gets dark, many carnivores will start to hunt for food. Wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, poisonous snakes, scorpions, centipedes, giant spiders, and so on. There are too many things that can kill people, unless you are an expert in jungle survival, or an idiot who doesn't know anything. The smartest choice would be to become a captive." Andre suddenly understood and muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. In other words, compared to us, the captives are more afraid of the forest. You are not wrong to think so, but I think the word choice is more appropriate. The captives chose us, who have a higher chance of survival. By the way, what do you plan to do with them? Ask for ransom, or lock them up and deal with them after we defeat Duke Win?" Obviously, Eurus automatically filtered out the option of slaughtering the captives. After such a long time of understanding, he could almost understand the thoughts and character of the person he was loyal to. As long as it was not a last resort, he would not give the order to kill the innocent. Glancing at the captives who were like walking corpses, Andre narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Soon, he said in a meaningful tone, "No, I don't need ransom, nor will I lock them up. I plan to turn them into my soldiers." "You mean force them to fight for us?" Eurus was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Although in the history of Oriar, it was not that there were no special cases of captives being forcibly incorporated into the army, but that was under the premise of completely defeating the enemy. Otherwise, it was very likely that there would be a sudden change of sides on the battlefield. For an excellent commander, it was better to have as few uncertainties as possible. Furthermore, His army was strong, and there was no need to replenish them. That's right. Given the increasingly unstable situation, I believe that an appropriate expansion of the army is necessary. We need at least 2,000 people to ensure that we can deal with any crisis that may occur at any time. Don't worry, you don't need to take over these captives. I'll find a powerful manager for them. As he spoke, Andre waved at the Dark Knight, who was patrolling the battlefield on the Hell Horse. Yvette, come here. I have a mission for you. Without saying a word, the latter urged his horse to trot forward and bowed with one hand on his chest. Master, may I know why you called for me? Did you notice those captives? I'm prepared to hand them all over to you. No matter what method you use, I hope to see them become my claws and fangs before dawn tomorrow. Now tell me, can you do it? Andre asked straightforwardly. You mean any method? Yvette's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. She purposely emphasized the word any method. Andre nodded his head without hesitation. That's right. Any method. I can even accept the 11 strokes law. The 11 strokes law, as the name implied, was a cruel military law that was implemented to eliminate the fear in the hearts of the army and strengthen their determination to fight. Usually, 10 people would draw lots and randomly pick an unlucky person to beat to death with a stone or a stick. This would instill fear in every soldier's heart, and in the next battle, they would become incomparably brave and fierce. Of course, such an extreme method couldn't be used by just anyone. If the executor wasn't capable enough, it would instantly lead to a mutiny in the army. However, the Dark Knights were the best candidates to carry out the 11 strokes law. This was because they constantly emitted an aura of evil and despair. Any ordinary person who stood within 3 meters of them would tremble from the bottom of their heart. The slightest bit of courage would lead to a mental breakdown. With this ability, very few soldiers dared to go against the orders of the Dark Knights. It was also because of this that they became the ideal commanders of the evil army. Yvette licked her lips excitedly and said with a cruel expression, "As you wish, my master. At the latest, before the sun rises tomorrow, you will have an army that will carry out all orders 100% of the time." Very good. I look forward to your results. Andre was very smart. He didn't ask for the specific method and didn't want to know what kind of torture and abuse the captives would be subjected to. He only wanted to see the results. After receiving the authorization, Yvette quickly rode the Hell Horse and circled around the captives. She released her aura of despair to her heart's content, coupled with the heads of the knights hanging on both sides. It didn't take long before some of the captives couldn't take it anymore. They began to kneel on the ground and cry bitterly, begging for their lives. However, Yvette didn't let these pitiful creatures go. Instead, she raised her spear and nailed them to the ground. No matter how they cried out in pain, she didn't stop. She didn't say a word throughout the entire process, nor did she show any expression. It was as if she was doing something insignificant and not killing unarmed captives. Although the death toll was less than 10, it had an incomparable effect. Many people feared Yvette, second only to death itself. After using cruel means to establish her prestige, Yvette began to scold the captives loudly. She made them line up in 2 rows and start running around the battlefield. Every 10 minutes, she would catch up and let the Hell Horse burn the person running at the back to death. After repeating this several times, the captives ran with all their might as if they had gone mad. No matter how hard it was, no matter how tired they were, they didn't dare to slack off. Especially the last 10 or so captives. They ran with all their strength. 2 of them ran until their hearts failed. They fell to the ground in pain, struggling, twitching, and finally slowly dying. This death run continued until everyone couldn't run anymore. Yvette then ordered them to stop. Due to excessive exercise, the captives had already lost their ability to think. No matter what she said, these guys would do it without hesitation. She believed that the following taming work would be very easy. Chapter 968. Humans were first and foremost animals, and then intelligent creatures that were superior to most other creatures. This also meant that humans had many of the same characteristics as animals. If anyone could master this characteristic, then they could domesticate humans like animals. Obviously, Yvette was doing this. She first used death to completely destroy the resistance consciousness of the captives, then planted the seeds of fear in their hearts. Through the method of exhausting physical strength, she forced everyone to lose their ability to think, leaving only a complete mechanical obedience. No food, no drinking water, no rest. This terrifying woman desperately squeezed out the hidden potential in the captives. In less than 2 hours, she successfully instilled the information that she was the master of everyone's fate. After repeatedly confirming that there were no exceptions, she nodded in satisfaction and loudly reprimanded. "You trash! Maggots! Worthless scum! Remember, from today onwards, you must obey my orders unconditionally, even if you have to climb a mountain of swords into a pot of oil. You are not allowed to retreat at all. Otherwise, I guarantee that what happened just now was just the appetizer. You understand?" "Understood. Yes, as you command." The captives, who had long been tortured by exhaustion, fear, and the threat of death, weakly responded. Although Yvette was definitely a beauty from the outside, in their hearts, she had long been equated with the devil. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads and look at her. "Damn it! Did you not eat? I can't hear you." Yvette was obviously very dissatisfied with their sloppy attitude and used a dangerous gaze to scan the crowd. The captives were suddenly scared to the point of trembling and hurriedly shouted at the top of their lungs, "Yes, understood." Although they really wanted to say that they really did not eat and that they were tired, hungry, and thirsty, but considering the consequences of telling the truth, they decisively chose to give up. However, they did not know that many times taming a person started from these little things. By the time they realized it, it had already become a subconscious conditioned reflex, and it was very difficult to change it back. "Very good. I am now mercifully allowing you to eat. Savor this meal. I suggest that you eat more, because until you prove your worth in the war, no one will be able to eat anything else." With that, a wicked smile appeared on Yvette's face as she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The young man, who had been watching from the side for 2 hours, felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly ran forward and asked in a trembling voice, What do you have orders?" Yvette pointed at the captives sitting on the ground and ordered without hesitation, "Prepare some food for these trash and maggots. It doesn't have to be too good, as long as the pigs can eat it." "As you wish." The young man glanced at the captive with pity and quickly went to prepare food. Due to the short duration of the war, the enemy did not have time to burn the supplies when they escaped. The cavalry seized about 10 days' worth of rations for more than 1,000 people. Coupled with the stockpiled food in the fortress, the army did not lack food at all. In fact, they even had some surplus. Not long after, dozens of steaming big pots were carried in front of the captives. Just as Yvette had instructed, they were all stewed pig food made from bran, animal organs, offal, and blood clots. The only fortunate thing was that there was a lot of salt in it, allowing them to replenish the salt that they had lost from sweating earlier. Just like the saying goes, a starving person would taste good even if he only ate a piece of shit. The captives frantically rushed to the pot, using both hands to grab the boiling stew and stuffing it into their mouths. It did not matter even if their tongues were scalded. Andre, who was eating his dinner at the entrance of the fortress, coldly watched everything as he asked Yuras, who was sitting beside him, "What do you think? How do you think these captives will perform in the next battle? My lord, I really don't want to make any more comments. Your followers are completely training these soldiers according to the method of training wild beasts. No, to be exact, these soldiers can no longer be considered human. They are beasts that are filled with hunger. Once they join the battle, they will immediately become wild horses and kill everything in front of them in order to gain the favor of their master. Eurus suppressed the disgust in his heart and analyzed this group of captives from the beginning to the end. In his eyes, this was not an army at all, but a group of thugs from head to toe. There was no telling when they would go out of control, because according to the current development of the situation, these people would sooner or later fear Yvette more than death itself. They would rather die in battle than taste the price of defeat. In other words, this was a group of lunatics that could only win and not lose. Perhaps their combat strength would be astonishing in a short period of time, but they were undeniably evil. Andre shook his head with a non-committal smile. No, my dear commander, you don't understand what I mean. You know, there is a famous saying in my hometown that is, in order to win the war, you can do anything. In war, you have no right to be weak, and you have no right to talk about morals. Only after you have won will you have the right to judge them. History is written for the victors, and war is also a war that is praised by the victors. Although I don't really like Yvette's methods, it is undeniable that the captives she trained can replace the barbarian warriors in the first wave of the battle and greatly reduce our casualties. As a commander, you have to understand that war is a battle of attrition. Don't give up on any method to weaken the enemy and strengthen yourself, even if it is cruel and dirty. Haha, these words are so true. I haven't seen you for a while, and your way of thinking has become more mature. If only Wharton had 1/10, no, 1/20 of your intelligence, I would be so satisfied that I would close my eyes. Tutu Munka stroked his white beard and sighed from the bottom of his heart. As a soul shaman, he could clearly feel that the soul of the young man sitting opposite him had become much stronger. Looking at the old man's mesmerizing eyes, Andre laughed and teased, "Don't worry. I believe that he will become a qualified leader one day. But before that, he has to learn how to read. There are too few barbarians who can read, let alone absorb knowledge from books." Wharton, the barbarian leader who had been used as a negative example, didn't even dare to open his mouth to speak. He kept his head down and ate furiously, trying to make others ignore him. Seeing him like this, Tutu Munka smiled kindly and immediately lowered his voice to ask Andre, "A few months have passed. Have you found any results from your investigation? I don't have much time left. Who was it that slaughtered the barbarian tribe in the border forest? And who was the one behind all this?" Chapter 969. In the face of the old shaman's serious question, Andre did not intend to continue hiding the truth. He could feel that in just a few months, the old man's life force had weakened a lot. There was no doubt that he was slowly approaching the end of his life, towards death. Although Andre never minded lying, he did not want to lie to someone who was about to die, especially when this person was his ally. So he took out a handkerchief to wipe the oil stains on his mouth and nodded gently. "Yes, I've already investigated clearly. The other party has a great background and is very strong. If you want to launch an attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have any effect. Even I can't guarantee that I can defeat him now." "It's okay. I can understand your difficulties. Just give me his name." Tutu Munka looked very calm, completely unlike Wharton, who was agitated. Even his tone did not fluctuate at all. But the more it was like this, the more Andre knew that the other party had made up his mind to take revenge. He could only sigh helplessly. Sigh, well, the mastermind behind all this is Loretta Botons. As for the specific execution, it is a half-orc warrior. Their goal is very simple, and that is to wipe out all the resistance forces in the forest. The barbarians are too proud, and there is no way that they would willingly submit. So naturally, they became the target of annihilation. Loretta Botons, the Duke of Lincoln City, Tutumanka's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that the person who destroyed his tribe would be a great noble who stood at the peak of power. It should be known that although the barbarians would occasionally raid one or two noble manors in winter or spring when there was a shortage of food, usually they would not do any damage. After the nobles took back the manors, they could still sow seeds and harvest in the autumn. The conflict between the two parties was not too big, at least not to the point that they had to go through all the trouble to exterminate them. In reality, the damage caused by the barbarians was far less than the harassment of the farmers by the gnomes and dogmen. Sensing the old shaman's surprise and doubt, Andre had to explain, "That's right, Loretta Botons. The Duke of Lincoln City is just one of his many identities. He's also an apprentice of a legendary mage, a great mage with a casting level of 14. He secretly controls more than half of the cities in the Green Sea Alliance. According to the information I've received, Duke Wyon's sudden attack on Count Karl was orchestrated by him." What? Tutu Munka could no longer maintain his composure and immediately stood up. After all, he was not a barbarian who knew nothing about magic. He understood what a legendary mage meant. Ever since the gods could no longer send down saints and incarnations, legendary mages were the most powerful force in the world. Perhaps the soul shaman could be considered a decent spellcasting class, but it was still far from being a mage. The reason was simple. The power of a soul shaman came from the world of souls, so the more powerful they were, the more strongly they would be influenced by the world of souls and eventually become a part of it. Most soul shamans completely abandoned their physical bodies before reaching level 10 and became a member of the world of souls. Not to mention the legendary level, even those above level 14 were extremely rare. Mages, on the other hand, were different. They had set their sights on the supreme truth of the universe from the very beginning. Until now, they had yet to find out where the source of their power came from. What was the magical energy that permeated every corner of the universe? Even the legendary mages were diligently researching it. If a legendary mage was behind this conspiracy, then the only thing Tutumunka could do was to remain silent. Although hatred was like a burning flame that constantly devoured his mind, he had to endure in order to prevent the barbarian tribes in the surrounding forest from being destroyed. No matter in which world, under any social system, there was a universal principle that might was the truth. If one's fist was big, one had the right to speak loudly. If one's fist was small and still wanted to forcefully express one's opinion, one would either be completely ignored or be beaten to death by the one with the bigger fist. There was no second possibility. Looking at the old shaman's desperate and pained eyes, Andre comforted him. "It seems that you wisely chose to give up on revenge. That's good, because I'm not ready to go to war with Loretta Botons. But don't worry, there will definitely be a battle between us by the middle of next year at the latest." "Aren't you afraid of the legendary mage behind him?" Tutumunka quickly discovered the problem, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Do you think that without the permission of the legendary mage, I would choose Loretta Botons as my opponent? Remember, my friend, this is an ancient and dangerous game between mages. It's a contest of wisdom and strength. You've only been accidentally implicated. If Loretta had been serious, you wouldn't have been able to escape." As the barbarians' role in the territory increased, Andre didn't want to hide some things any longer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he chose to lay all his cards on the table. He believed that with the wisdom of the old man in front of him, he would know what was best for the barbarians. The young leader Wharton clenched his fists tightly. Normally, with his impulsive and sensitive personality, he would have jumped up and shouted loudly that he wanted to tear his enemy into pieces. But for some reason, he held himself back. His eyes were bloodshot as if he hadn't slept for a few days, looking extremely terrifying and ferocious. Tutumunka didn't say a word. He patted Wharton's shoulder, then took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want us to do? Let go of this hatred and continue to endure, or become the sword in your hand?" Andre shook his head with a solemn expression. "No, hatred is a powerful force. You should keep it. Besides, I didn't say that you're not allowed to take revenge, but there's a prerequisite, and that's after this year." "After this year? What do you mean?" Tutumunka frowned subconsciously. "Just like the literal meaning. According to the rules set by the legendary mage, next year is the date of our battle. In other words, when the last day of this year passes, we can tear apart the false peace and launch an attack at all costs." After saying that, Andre's eyes revealed a trace of excitement and anticipation. Ever since he came to this world, this was the first time he had faced such a powerful enemy head-on. Just thinking about it made him feel like he couldn't stop. Chapter 970, fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people. The joy was endless. As someone who had a strong desire for control, Andre was never afraid of fighting. He even liked the thrill of the thrill. He never liked to be passive, but was good at creating opportunities and taking the initiative to attack. His style of doing things was full of aggressiveness. Tutumunka had a deep understanding of this aspect. He did not doubt that Linton City would be filled with bloodshed next year, so he nodded thoughtfully. "You mean I can do whatever I want next year?" Andre wanted to say that even if he really tried to assassinate him, he would just be throwing his life away. A level 14 wizard had too many ways to protect himself, not to mention an apprentice who was chosen by a spellcaster like the Undead King. It wouldn't be strange if he was resurrected immediately after being killed. After all, there were all kinds of arcane spells, and there were countless of them. Just the level 3 spell, Vampiric Touch, which could drain the life points of the enemy and then use it to heal one's own injuries, was enough to give countless professionals a headache. However, seeing that the old shaman was on the verge of death, he still replied with certainty, "Yes, no matter what you want to do, whether you use my name or your own, it doesn't matter. As long as you have the chance, you can even kill Loretta Botons. You don't have to worry about revenge at all." "Very well, I will do as you say and continue to endure until the last day of this year. When the first day of next year comes, I will use my own method to take revenge. Perhaps I can't really kill a powerful wizard, but I can make him taste unforgettable pain." After saying that, Tutumunka turned around and slowly walked into the fortress with the help of his walking stick. His footsteps were so unsteady, and his back was full of desolation. Anyone who heard that their enemy was so powerful that they couldn't do anything about it would naturally reveal their weakest side. Seeing the old shaman leave, Wharton stared with his blood-red eyes and asked, "Sir, you won't stop us from taking revenge, right?" "That's right. Revenge is everyone's right. Not only will I not stop you, I will even give you some help. However, revenge was not without a price. If you wanted to take revenge on a target that was countless times stronger than you, then it was best to consider the price you would have to pay. Tutumunka Shaman has already made preparations. For this reason, he has even delayed his own death, so I won't make irresponsible remarks about his choice. But now I want to ask, do you have this awareness?" Andre's voice was neither hasty nor sharp, as if he were explaining an unimportant truth instead of stopping a young man who had been overwhelmed by hatred. But it was a pity that Wharton couldn't understand his painstaking efforts. He simply said, "I already knew that." Then he chased after the old shaman. Looking at these two stubborn fellows, Andre sighed helplessly and said to Eurus beside him, "Keep an eye on the barbarians and see if there's anyone worth nurturing. It looks like this Wharton won't live for much longer. We need to find a replacement." "Understood. I'll take note of that." Eurus agreed without hesitation. He wasn't an idiot. It was easy for him to analyze what a simple-minded barbarian would do if he was controlled by hatred. As long as Wharton dared to find trouble with Loretta Botons, he wouldn't have much chance of surviving. After a simple dinner, Andre's army set up camp and began to rest. Since he had already cut off the enemy's escape route, he didn't need to rush anymore. He only sent out 100 or so cavalrymen to follow the route of Duke Wyn's army. Once they caught up, they would immediately launch harassment tactics. Day and night, they would launch sneak attacks, shooting arrows, and making the enemy exhausted. After all, in a real war, most of the complicated tactics would fail prematurely due to various accidents. On the contrary, the simple and repeated tactics were more likely to succeed. Eurus' idea was very simple. There were two main points. The first was to delay the speed of Duke Wyn's army, so that the enemy would automatically retreat after running out of food supplies. The second was to rely on mobile warfare to force Duke Wyn to be unable to focus on attacking Count Karl's castle. In the vast desert, he had seen with his own eyes how the desert bandits rode on camels and how they used harassment and sneak attacks to forcefully drag down a strong caravan. Today, he was using what he had learned to deal with the enemy. As for the prisoners who were tortured half to death, they fell asleep on the grass without a care for their image. After experiencing both mental and physical torture, they were completely exhausted. In addition, they had eaten too much food, so they slept like dead pigs. Not knowing whether it was because she was afraid of completely torturing these people to death, or because she suddenly had a conscience, Yvette didn't continue to torture the prisoners. She returned to her tent alone, to rest. Just as the army fell asleep, more than 100 kilometers away in the castle, Count Karl was frantically recruiting people to prepare for the imminent arrival of the enemy. It couldn't be helped. After all, he had lost almost all of his troops in one battle. Although the obedience and discipline of the mercenaries and adventurers was terrible, their individual strength was not bad. And the most important thing in a defensive battle was the ability of an individual. Seeing his beloved castle being occupied by a mess of civilians, Count Karl felt an indescribable pain in his heart. After a while, he lowered his voice and said to the knight behind him, "Let the servants keep an eye on those damn mercenaries and adventurers. I bet there must be a lot of professional thieves among them. I don't want to see all the valuable things in the castle stolen in a few days." The knight glanced at the man who was peeing in the corner with disgust and immediately bowed with one hand on his chest. "Sir, please rest assured. Madam has personally locked all the jewelry, coins, silver tableware, clothes, spices, and other valuable things into the underground vault. She also sent 5 veterans and 3 hounds to guard it. It's absolutely safe." "Very good. At this critical moment, we must raise everyone's vigilance. You must know that Duke Wayne's army may appear in front of us at any time." Not sure if it was because of the trauma of almost being wiped out during the day, Count Karl looked very nervous. Both of his hands were shaking uncontrollably. In fact, if he had a choice, he wouldn't lead the army to attack at all. Instead, he would fight a stronger opponent in the field. But there was no other way. The rule of war between the nobles of Oreir was that they had to fight in the field first before they could retreat to the castle. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, they would be regarded as cowards and trash by the whole class. Once they were labeled as such, the family would become a laughingstock in the nobles' circle. Don't think it was funny. It meant that the noble's daughter couldn't get married, the son couldn't find a wife of equal social status, and the surrounding neighbors would take advantage of the territory every few days. In short, There was no peaceful life. So even though they knew that they would lose, the nobles still had to fight in the field. Chapter 971. Count, don't worry. The castle is as solid as a rock. Even if the enemy has more troops, they won't be able to do anything here. We have enough food, weapons, arrows, stones, and boiling oil. We can hold on for a month. The knight seemed to see the king's worry and quickly comforted him. Karl smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No, I'm not worried that the castle will be lost. I'm worried that if we can't take it down for a long time, Duke Win will be angry and vent his anger on the fields and farmers in his territory. You know, he's not the kind of person who follows the rules. If necessary, he can even cooperate with the monsters in the border forest. The knight had heard about Duke Win's bad reputation and nodded subconsciously. You're right. I personally suggest that we ask the surrounding lords for help before the castle is besieged. You don't have to worry about that. I've sent out 5 waves of messengers half an hour ago. If nothing unexpected happens, they will arrive at the destination by tomorrow morning. At the mention of this matter, Earl Karl's expression turned slightly better. Although his strength and influence were not as great as his opponents, he was, after all, a noble who had lived on this land for more than 200 years and had in-laws with many feudal lords. As long as he was willing to pay the corresponding price, it would not be a problem to get reinforcements. Pardon me for asking, but who did you ask for help from? The knight asked cautiously. Viscount Luxon, Count Cullen, Baron David, Baron Gott, and the Duke of Ferrant. I believe they won't let Duke Win take over my territory, so they will definitely send reinforcements as soon as possible. Count Karl obviously trusted his knight very much. He did not even try to hide such a sensitive and private topic. The knight did not fail to live up to his trust. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he immediately suggested, Count, why didn't you ask for help from the south? After all, they are the closest to our territory. Once Duke Win controls the trade route to the inland, they will undoubtedly be the ones who will suffer the most. Ask for help from the south. Count Karl's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly shook his head helplessly. No, we are the nobles of the inland. No matter what happens, we can't involve Linton City. This is a rule that has been established for hundreds of years. I don't want to be the first to break it. As the saying went, the first person who dared to break the rules would often receive great benefits. But at the same time, it also meant that they would have to take great risks. They might even become the target of public criticism, the target of enmity and siege by the surrounding lords. Count Karl had never been a person who liked to take risks. He would rather use the traditional method to cede part of his territory than risk the future of his family. Count, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to ask for help from Linton City. I'm asking for help from a noble in Linton City. Have you forgotten about the fortress in the Land of Brilliance? As far as I know, it belongs to a young mage named Andre. There are more than 100 elite cavalrymen and 200 heavy infantrymen stationed there. In the past 2 months, they have swept away all the goblin and kobold tribes within dozens of kilometers of the border forest. Their combat power is amazing. According to the tradition of not sending more than half of the army, the enemy's territory should have at least the same number of cavalrymen and infantrymen. Coupled with a small number of militia, our neighbor can easily pull up an army of thousands. Moreover, he is a mysterious spellcaster. His strength alone is enough to pose a serious threat to Duke Win. Most importantly, Duke Win will not let go of the fortress that stands on the transportation route. So, the two of them will have to fight no matter what. Why don't we make good use of it? Obviously, this 40-year-old knight was very smart. He took advantage of a small loophole. Although the inland nobles severely rejected the rich trade port of Linton City, they never rejected the noble class that ruled it. Some even maintained a very close relationship. Every few generations, there would be a marriage alliance in order to strengthen the relationship between each other. To a certain extent, there was nothing strange about this. It was just like in the Middle Ages of Europe, when two countries were at war with each other. The nobles still held banquets as they should, and those who should marry each other were not affected in the slightest. In any case, the noble class of the entire southern region was split from an ancient empire. Even if the bones were broken, the tendons were still connected. Count Karl was undoubtedly very interested in this proposal. He stroked the beard on his chin and thought for a few minutes. Soon he nodded and agreed. What you said makes sense. Maybe we can make use of it a little. But for the sake of caution, we can't use words like asking for help. Why don't you find a few trustworthy people and bring my wife and daughter to meet this young man and test his attitude? Li Yundong said with a smile. Remember, tell others that he is going out to seek refuge. I believe that no one will find fault with this excuse. Seeing that his suggestion was accepted, the knight was overjoyed. He thumped his chest and said, "Please rest assured, I will let my two sons personally escort them. I guarantee that there will be no accidents." Very good. Make arrangements before the enemy arrives. Also, bring some gemstones. Mages are usually interested in these shiny things. After saying that, Count Karl patted the knight's shoulder lightly and walked towards the bedroom alone. He needed to say a few words to his wife before he left to ensure that he could get reinforcements as soon as possible, because the faster the reinforcements came, the less damage the territory would suffer, and the easier it would be to recover. If the war lasted for more than a month, then the wheat in the fields could not be harvested. Even if Duke Wayne could not take it away, he would burn it all. Although the nobles rarely killed each other in private wars, they would not be merciful in terms of destruction. Some of the fiercer nobles would even spend a large sum of money to sprinkle salt on their opponent's land, making it impossible for them to plant crops for a few years. Of course, not everyone could afford to do such a thing, but it would not be difficult to set a fire. 10 minutes later, a carriage escorted by 5 people slowly left the castle. It followed the path behind the forest and sped towards Tue's valley. In the carriage, a young and beautiful mother was gently comforting her 13 or 14 years old daughter. Chapter 972. Baby, don't cry. Come to Mommy's arms. Count Karl's wife, Gloria, picked up her daughter, who was wearing a blue dress, and gently stroked her brown hair, trying to make this severely frightened little girl stop crying. But obviously, this strategy didn't have any effect, especially the high-speed carriage, which made the girl frightened. She cried and shouted, "Woo-woo-woo, I don't want to leave the castle. I want to go home. I want to go home." "Don't make a fuss, Elena. Your father is in danger. The reason why he let you leave the castle is to protect you." Gloria tried to explain to her daughter why she left the castle in the middle of the night. It could be seen that she was like most of the noblewomen. She had no experience in taking care of children. Usually, a maid was responsible for taking care of children, so she didn't know what a child needed at this time. Hearing that her father was in danger, the girl called Elena didn't stop crying. Instead, she cried even more fiercely. In addition, the forest was particularly quiet at night. The crying spread very far and even caused echoes. The accompanying guard couldn't stand it anymore. He leaned on the window and reminded, "Madam, you better let the young lady calm down as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be exposed. You know that Duke Wyan's army is likely to be nearby. If we are discovered, Before he could finish his words, a crossbow arrow flew towards him and accurately pierced through his right eye. Instantly, this young man, who was less than 25 years old, fell from the horse. Blood spurted out and dyed the window glass red. Under the moonlight, it looked so hideous and terrifying. Ah! The little girl, who was mentally unstable, let out a shrill scream. She turned around and wanted to open the door to escape. Fortunately, her mother reacted fast enough. She pulled her and hugged her tightly. The fully armed coachman shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I saw a figure in the forest in front. We must turn around immediately. Everyone follow me. Stop these cavalry. Buy time for Madame and the young lady to escape." Another guard drew his weapon and rushed towards the enemy's arrows. The rest of the guards did not hesitate to follow him. They were undoubtedly very loyal. Even though they knew that it was a dead end, they still did not turn back. In a short span of 10 seconds, they collided with the cavalry that rushed out from the opposite side of the forest. Everyone was doing their best to delay the enemy's pursuit. Unfortunately, the disparity in numbers was too obvious. In less than 3 to 5 minutes, all the guards were killed. The cavalry that followed closely behind the carriage didn't let go. From the badges on their armor, it was easy to recognize that they were the soldiers of Duke Wayne. It was common knowledge that a horse carriage could never be faster than a cavalry. Therefore, it did not take long for the distance between the two to close. Through the rear window, the pursuers could even see the panicked mother and daughter inside the carriage. With the help of the bright moonlight, one of the cavalrymen recognized the other party's identity and immediately laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Guys, we're going to catch a big fish. If I'm not mistaken, they must be Count Carl's wife and daughter." "Awesome. Pay attention. Don't accidentally hurt the madam and the young lady. I believe that the Duke will be very happy to see them in his tent." Another cavalryman echoed loudly. In fact, because of the high price of equipment and horses, basically anyone who could become a cavalryman either had extraordinary skills or was the descendant of a small noble who did not have the right to inherit. They belonged to the reserve of the noble class. As long as they performed well in a certain war, they would immediately be promoted. Therefore, unlike the ordinary soldiers, they did not have the natural fear of the nobles. Just when these guys were happy and a little carried away, suddenly there was a whooshing sound in front of them. Before anyone could react, more than 10 people rolled off the back of their horses. Some of them had their necks broken, and some of them screamed as they covered the wound that was penetrated by the arrows. Perhaps they would never have dreamed that not long ago they had just enjoyed the pleasure of bullying the weak, and now it was their turn to be bullied. Without much time to think, the captain in charge quickly raised his shield and blocked the flying arrows in front of him while shouting to his subordinates, "Formation! Formation immediately! Don't think about retreating. We will all be shot to death by the arrows." Under his command, the remaining 30 cavalrymen quickly gathered together and stared fiercely at the enemies in front of them. In fact, these cavalrymen were none other than the Wind cavalrymen, led by Buzz himself. Seeing that the opponents had formed a tight charging formation, he sneered and waved his right hand above his head. The rest of the cavalrymen immediately understood and formed small groups of 3 to 5 people, quickly circling around from both sides. They did not have any intention of engaging in close combat. Instead, they repeatedly shot with their bows and arrows. Anyway, the horses were a big target and did not have any protective equipment. After 2 rounds of shooting, more than 10 unlucky fellows turned from cavalrymen to infantrymen. Without a doubt, this was one of the cavalry tactics that André had personally taught. It was especially effective against heavy cavalrymen who did not carry long-range weapons and liked to wear plate armor and full-body armor. Although mounted archery was not as powerful as many experts boasted, and the effective range was rarely more than 50 meters, it was undeniable that it was very disgusting. Seeing that more and more horses were shot to death, the captain could not help but curse loudly, "Despicable! Do cowards like you only know how to shoot arrows from afar? do you dare to be a man and fight me to the death in an upright manner? Despicable. Hee, sorry, your pitiful provocation does not work on me. Since I can kill all of you from afar, why should I take the risk to get close? Now, I will give you two choices. One is to stand there and be shot to death slowly. The other is to put down your weapons and surrender. In the name of Baron Andre, I guarantee your safety. After more than 2 months of fighting against the monsters, Buzz was no longer a reckless man who could be easily provoked. He had begun to learn to put down his so-called dignity and honor to defeat the opponent while minimizing his own casualties. As for what the opponent said, he would ignore it. After all, as long as he could obtain victory, he could take revenge after the battle. The captain was so angry that his body trembled. He could not believe that there was such a shameless person in the world. As a person with noble blood, he could not tolerate such humiliation. He raised his lance and shouted, "Charge! Kill this despicable man! Charge! Kill him!" More than 30 people swarmed toward Buzz's position. Their goal was simple, and that was to kill the enemy's commander. They hoped to use this opportunity to create chaos and escape. Chapter 973. Brainless idiots. Looks like I'll have to teach them what a real cavalry is. Looking at the enemies who were charging at him, Buzz did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he showed a trace of undisguised contempt and sarcasm. He raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist again. In an instant, the Galestrians around him took out a long rope. 2 iron balls full of spikes were tied to the 2 ends of the rope. As they urged their horses to run, they waved the rope hard, causing the 2 iron balls to spin at an extremely fast speed. Finally, they aimed at the charging enemies and threw the iron balls at them. With the speed of the war horses and the inertia of the iron balls, this terrifying weapon whizzed through the air and caused a great deal of damage in a short period of time. Those who were hit by the iron balls either had their brains smashed or their bodies pierced by the sharp spikes. The rest were also trapped by the high-speed spinning rope and immediately lost their ability to move. As for those who fell from their horses, they were even more unlucky. Not only did they have to endure the sudden huge impact, but they also had to be careful not to be hit by their own war horses. For a moment, the field was filled with screams. In the end, there were less than 5 people who successfully rushed out of the crowd. What awaited them were 10 fully drawn bows, and arrows knocked on the bowstrings. "Fire!" Buzz waved his hand and gave the order to shoot. There was no hesitation. There was no mercy. With the sound of bowstrings vibrating, the last few enemies were immediately shot into hedgehogs and slowly fell on the charging path. The sturdy armor did not provide any protection at all, because the places where the arrows were shot were all on their faces and necks. Their eyes were wide open before they died. They were unwilling to believe that with their bravery, they could not even get close to the enemy, and were killed by all kinds of strange weapons. A brand new tactic, a weapon that had never been seen before. Buzz was applying the knowledge he learned from Andre to the war at an extremely fast speed. The more he learned, the more he understood the essence of the sentence. The advantage of a cavalry is speed and distance. Charging was secondary. This was because in front of a dense formation of infantrymen, charging would not gain any advantage at all. On the contrary, it would be easy to trap oneself and cause a large number of unnecessary casualties. Taking advantage of the time, when their commander was deep in thought, the Wind Cavalry of Brant of the Prairie Kingdom cleaned up the battlefield at the fastest speed possible. They dismantled the weapons and armor of the corpses and tied them onto the spare horses, preparing to bring them back for repairs as a strategic reserve. After all, a half-body or breastplate cost at least 400 to 600 gold coins. Even if it was damaged, it could still be used after some repairs. The rest of the coins, rings, amulets, and other trinkets belonged to whoever found them. In just 10 minutes, they had looted everything of value. A young man with several rings in his hand came to Buzz and asked excitedly, "Boss, what are we going to do next? Should we continue with the original plan or chase after that carriage?" "Idiot! Of course it was to chase after the carriage. Didn't you hear the screams of those people? Count Carl's wife and daughter are in the carriage." Another cavalryman rolled his eyes and replied. Buzz glanced at his high-spirited subordinates and smiled as he shook his head and explained, "I saw the direction that the carriage fled in just now. It happens to be the location of the fortress, so there's no need to chase after it. It won't take long for them to bump into the follow-up troops. And we don't need to continue moving forward because these corpses are enough to let Duke Wyan know that there's a deadly cavalry hidden around. No matter what he wants to do, he won't dare to use all his strength. So, we can find a place to set up camp and rest?" The young man's eyes lit up slightly as a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Yes, send the signal, and let the other troops come closer to us. After half an hour, we will set up camp in the forest that we just passed by." Buzz calmly gave the order. He knew very well that with just over 100 men, it was impossible for them to go against a professional army of 2,000 fully integrated soldiers. The only thing they could do was to distract the enemy, so that they couldn't concentrate all their strength to attack the fortress. Soon, a flaming signal arrow was shot into the air, and the cavalrymen scattered in the forest retreated one after another. Not long after, they gathered together, and after arranging the order of night watch, they fell asleep without saying a word, completely ignoring the surrounding environment and the annoying mosquitoes. The peaceful night passed quickly. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground, a carriage covered in blood slowly moved forward along the horizon. After several hours of galloping, the two cypress horses that were known for their endurance were exhausted. They no longer had the strength to run and could only drag the carriage forward slowly. Due to the hasty escape, the coachman didn't know where he was now and didn't know which direction was the right direction to go. He could only be cautious and vigilant against any beasts, monsters, or bandits that might appear at any time. The carriage was silent at this moment. The severely frightened girl was exhausted. She lay in her mother's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Occasionally, she would murmur something, but no one knew what she was saying. Gloria's expression was blank. She kept looking around with her eyes wide open. Even a wild rabbit that jumped out of the grass could make her tremble in fear. This young lady finally understood how terrible war was, especially when the dark red blood stains on the window reminded her how fragile her and her daughter's lives were. Just as these three frightened birds carefully entered the land of light, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Then, a row of cavalrymen quickly appeared on the horizon. Although the coachman wanted to turn the carriage around and hide, the cypress horses that had almost lost all their strength couldn't run at all. They could only stop in place and beg for the protection of the gods. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, seeing the fully armed cavalrymen getting closer and closer, Gloria felt that her heart was tangled together as if waiting for the judgment of fate. However, the cavalrymen didn't seem to care about the two carriages. They whistled past from both sides. Only one cavalryman stopped and shouted at the coachman, "No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, come with me right now." "Your Excellency, I'm Count Carl's servant. His wife and daughter are in the carriage. I ask you to treat them like nobles." Realizing that he couldn't avoid being captured, the coachman hurriedly reported his master's name, hoping to get some preferential treatment. Chapter 974. Just as Gloria and Elena were taken to the road to the fortress, Duke Wyan's army also arrived in front of Count Carl's castle. Without any hesitation, he ordered his men to surround the castle. At the same time, under the supervision of the army craftsmen, they began to cut down trees to build siege weapons. Looking at the panicked guards above the castle, Duke Wyon's face showed a trace of pride. He smiled and asked his confidant around him, "How long do we need to attack? I can't wait to see my old friend Carl kneel in front of me and cry." "Sir, according to the calculations of the craftsmen, it will take at least 2 days to build enough siege towers, battering rams, and catapults. And the soldiers just marched through the night, so they need some time to rest." Although most of the nobles' confidants were good at flattery, this one was obviously a special case. Not only did he not agree with the monarch, but he was like a lifeless old man, reporting a lot of data. It was simply boring to the extreme. However, Count Wyon was not angry. Instead, he laughed happily. "Ha ha ha! Ross, you still lack a sense of humor. Well, let poor Count Carl suffer for 2 more days. After 2 days, this castle will change owners." The middle-aged man called Ross was unmoved. He still reminded with a blank expression, "Sir, I advise you not to be too careless. Although the current situation is favorable to us, it doesn't mean that there are no worries. Maybe you don't know, but we sent a cavalry squad yesterday, and they haven't returned yet. If there is no accident, they must have been killed by someone. According to the saying that only cavalrymen can wipe out the cavalrymen, there is at least a group of 50 to 100 cavalrymen patrolling the area. They could attack our camp at any time. So from today onwards, we have to expand the patrol area to ensure that the siege weapons are not secretly destroyed." "What? You're saying that my men were killed? Did you find the bodies?" Duke Wyon's face suddenly changed. He frowned and asked, after all, although he had an army of 2,000, the number of cavalry was only about 250. Even if one of them died, he would be distressed for half a day, let alone a whole team. The inland nobles were not like the coastal city-states like Lincoln City, who could easily equip hundreds or even thousands of cavalrymen with the huge profits from trade. "My lord, these are just my personal speculations. I haven't found the corpse yet. However, we have lost contact with them for more than 6 hours. Either they have collectively deserted, or they have all been attacked and killed. Which do you think is more likely?" Ross pursed his lips and asked in a harsh tone. "Damn it! Looks like we're really in trouble. Expand the patrol area immediately, especially the siege weapons that are still under construction. Do not allow any problems to occur." After that, Duke Wyon didn't care whether his men heard him clearly or not. He hurried back to his tent. He pushed open the thick curtain and saw a half-orc warrior sitting on a chair, quietly reading a book called The Art of Commanding. It had to be said that this scene was a little strange, because the Beastmen had always been one of the races that disliked reading the most. Compared to schemes and wisdom, they were more inclined to use violence to solve problems. Of course, this half-orc was none other than one of Loretta Botan's right-hand men, Cass, who had integrated all the monsters in the border forest. Seeing Duke Wyon come in, the half-orc warrior slowly closed the book in his hand, raised his head, and asked, "Tell me, what happened that made you so nervous?" "It's the enemy. The mage you called Andre found out about my actions. He killed my whole cavalry last night." Duke Wyon roared at the top of his voice. He was obviously very angry, madly smashing the decorations and furnishings in the tent. Oh, his movements were that fast. Cass pretended to be surprised and raised his eyebrows. In fact, he had already been informed last night and knew how terrifying the Flaming Duke was. It would not be strange if he burned more than 2,000 soldiers to death by himself. Duke Wyon was quite dissatisfied with the half-orc's casual attitude. He slammed the table and shouted, "Damn it! I demand that you immediately fulfill the terms of the alliance. Unfortunately, our alliance will not take effect until next year. Not to mention that you have to conquer Count Karl's territory alone to prove your worth. You should know that I never work with losers." Cass did not even think about it and directly rejected the half-orc's request. In his eyes, the half-orc standing in front of him was just cannon fodder, a chess piece used to test the strength of the enemy. Once used, he could be discarded. There was no value in keeping him. "Bastard, aren't you afraid that I'll reveal your secret?" Duke Wyan angrily threatened. He was not an idiot. He knew how dangerous it was to be an enemy of a member of the Magic Association in Lincoln City. A normal army would not be able to withstand the bombardment of powerful magic. Cass sneered and spread out his hands. "Do as you wish. I'd like to see how many people will believe your words. Don't forget where you got the troops you have now, and why those nobles support you. Without our help, it's hard to say whether you can defeat Earl Karl. So instead of venting your anger on me here, you might as well launch an attack quickly. According to my deduction, since the enemy has begun to appear, it means that your troops in the fortress are done for. If you don't move faster, it won't be long before you face the predicament of being attacked from both sides. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you regret this." Seeing that he could not persuade Cass, Duke Wyan glared at him fiercely and turned to leave the tent in a huff. After a while, his loud roars could be heard from outside the tent. Cass smiled contemptuously and muttered to himself in a low voice, "What an idiot who doesn't know his place. No wonder he can only live in the shadow of Lincoln City despite having such a large territory. I really hope he won't be blinded by anger and make some stupid decisions." As one of Loretta Botan's right-hand men, Cass knew that his mission was to find out how much power was hidden in Andre's territory. As long as he completed this mission, it did not matter whether Duke Wyan lived or died. But Duke Wyan obviously did not have the consciousness of being a chess piece. After the first batch of construction towers was completed, he immediately ordered the attack. With the bleak sound of the horn, the tragic attack and defense battle finally began. Chapter 9, 75. 2 fried eggs, a piece of fresh stewed rabbit meat, and a small piece of freshly baked bread. This was the breakfast that Andre got in the fortress. Although it looked a bit simple, it was the best food that could be provided for the entire army stationed around the fortress. The rabbits were killed by the patrolling soldiers, and the simple ones were taken from the wild ducks' nests. Most of the people could only eat bacon, pickled eggs, hard bread, and a bowl of vegetable soup. After all, everything was simple when it came to marching and fighting. The food was made as simple as possible. As for the taste, it could only be said that it was slightly better than pig's food. The only advantage was that the portion was enough. Whether it was dried bread, bacon, or eggs, there was an unlimited supply. Just when Andre had just swallowed the 2 fried eggs and was about to eat the rabbit meat, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps outside the house, followed by a knock on the door. Bang! 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 "Report. Your Excellency, we found a suspicious carriage when we were patrolling this morning. The other party claimed to be Count Karl's servant, wife, and daughter. I've escorted them back. Do you have time to meet them now? Count Karl's wife and daughter." Andre obviously didn't expect his soldiers to bring such explosive news. He subconsciously put down the fork in his hand, allowing the delicious and juicy rabbit meat on the plate to escape. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately said, "Bring them in. I happen to have time now." As soon as his voice fell, the rough wooden door was pushed open, and a fully armed cavalryman took 2 steps forward and bowed solemnly. He pointed at the 3 people behind him and introduced, "Sir, this man dressed as a coachman claims to be a servant, and the 2 ladies are the Count's family." After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side and silently waited for orders. Gloria was obviously very surprised by Andre's age. She almost couldn't believe that the boy in front of her, who was obviously underage, was actually her husband's target for help. For a moment, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. However, just when the young mother was hesitating, the young Elena's stomach suddenly grumbled. Her two big eyes stared straight at the rabbit meat and bread on the table. Without a doubt, after an entire night of torment, the girl's stomach was rumbling with hunger. Thus, the moment she saw food, she immediately couldn't control herself. If it wasn't for the strict, aristocratic education that she had received since she was young, she might have already shouted that she was hungry. Andre, who had always been good at observing, noticed this. He pushed the rabbit meat and soft bread forward and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to breakfast?" Ugh! Elena licked her lips and looked up at her mother with longing eyes, hoping to get a positive answer. No mother in the world was willing to see her child starve, so Gloria nodded without hesitation. After getting permission, the girl walked to the table and curtsied in a very ladylike manner. "Hello, I'm Count Karl's eldest daughter, Elena. It's a pleasure to have breakfast with you." It had to be said that it was a very interesting thing to see a cute little girl putting on an act. Andre stood up and returned the greeting. "Please sit down, Miss Elena. I'm sorry that I can't provide you with better food, because this is a fortress that has just experienced a war. Most of the food is pickled. Believe me, you won't like it." "It's okay. It's already good enough to have rabbit meat and fresh toast." After saying that, the girl sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and quickly cut a piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She completely forgot that this knife and fork was used by a strange man sitting opposite her. Looking at her pretentious elegance and efficient eating speed, Andre immediately realized that the other two adults were probably hungry as well. He hurriedly waved his hand at the soldier standing by the side and ordered, "Go, get the kitchen to stew another rabbit and fry 2 eggs and send them over. In addition, bring this loyal servant to eat something." "Yes, sir." The young cavalryman bowed and dragged the unwilling coachman out of the room. As soon as they left, Gloria couldn't wait to ask, "You're the mage Andre, who has become famous in the past 6 months?" "Yes, I'm the one." Andre could feel that this lady seemed to have something to say, so he generously admitted it. He didn't believe that in the current extremely bad situation, Count Karl would send his wife and daughter out for no reason. After getting a positive answer, Gloria was obviously relieved. She hurriedly took out a wrinkled letter from her belt and a finely carved wooden box and gently placed it on the table. "Goddess of Dawn Lucia, bless me, I finally meet you. This is a secret letter from my husband, Count Karl, to you. In the box is a small gift. Please accept it." Looking at the lady's forced calm expression, Andre didn't immediately open the letter. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Secret letter? If I remember correctly, I don't seem to have any relationship with your husband, right? He wouldn't want me to send out troops to attack Duke Wyon's army, right?" "Why not? As far as I know, you seem to have just annihilated 1/3 of Duke Wyon's forces last night. With his character, he will never give up. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. You and my husband have the same enemy, so why not work together?" Gloria was obviously not a woman who would be lost in the face of danger and setbacks. She tried to use the information she collected on the road to persuade him. But unfortunately, Andre was also not the kind of person who would be swayed by a few words. He stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall. He pointed at Count Karl's territory and said, "Madam, if I'm not wrong, Duke Wyon has probably led his army to surround your husband's castle. This also means that his territory is currently empty. There is no defensive force at all. Please give me a reason why I should take such a huge risk to rescue your husband instead of marching west to plunder the wealth of Duke Wyon's territory." There was nothing in the world that was priceless. Although Andre had long been prepared to set out to rescue his neighbor at any time. However, he didn't want the other party to think that his friendship was so cheap that he didn't have to pay a single price to be able to come and go as he pleased. Chapter 976. Humans were very strange creatures. Their standard for value was often not determined by the specific use of things, but by the difficulty of obtaining them. The more difficult it was to obtain something, the more precious it was to them. On the contrary, the easier it was to obtain something, the less they would cherish it. The most obvious example was when a man pursued a woman. No matter how gentle, considerate, and beautiful a woman was, as long as there were no difficulties or obstacles in the process of pursuing her, then the man who pursued her would not care too much. However, if a woman who wasn't considered pretty knew how to control the rhythm, make full use of her advantages, and stimulate the desire to conquer in a man's genes, then she would be able to firmly occupy the initiative in this game. Even if a man got her, he would take extra care of her, afraid that he would accidentally lose her again. It had to be said that this was a kind of downright sad. As a smart person, Andre would never let anyone feel that his good intentions were cheap, and he would not allow anyone to order him around. He wanted to let the noble woman in front of him know the heavy price to pay, so he deliberately acted very impolite and did not give her a chance to close the distance between them. Obviously, it was the first time that Gloria participated in the interest negotiation between nobles, and she was a little unaccustomed to the confrontation of words. After hesitating for a while, she asked, "Then what do you want? Do you want to watch my husband's territory be annexed by Duke Wyan?" "Madam, you have to understand that there is a price to be paid for everything, just like how farmers give more than half of their harvest to the feudal lord in exchange for the feudal lord's protection. If you want me to help Earl Carl, then show some sincerity. I'm a pragmatist, and I don't like empty promises. Now tell me, what do you plan to use in exchange for my troops?" Andre's tone was neither sharp nor arrogant, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, he tore apart all the hypocritical parts of the negotiation and went straight to the core of the problem. Although he did not have much intention for the surrounding neighbors, he hoped to use this opportunity to expand his influence and slowly infiltrate through trade. In fact, so far, he had reached the limit in terms of land expansion. Whether it was the farmland in Tue's Valley or the pasture that was about to be opened with the fortress as the center, all of them required a large amount of labor. The gap would not be filled in for more than 10 years. Most of the time, the bigger the territory, the better. Instead, it was necessary to ensure the density of the population. Otherwise, it would be a waste to have an empty land without people. Gloria fell into silence because she didn't know what Andre wanted, but Andre knew what she wanted. From the very beginning of the negotiations, the two sides were not on equal footing, so it was inevitable that they would be passive. After hesitating for a while, the Countess finally could not hold back her anxiety. She carefully took out a scepter-shaped seal ring from her underwear. "This is the symbol of my husband's family's supreme power. Any treaty or document will take effect as soon as it is stamped. There is no need to worry about reneging on a debt in the future. How about it? Are you satisfied with this price?" Staring at the exquisite patterns on the ring, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am very satisfied. Since you've clearly expressed your sincerity, I won't waste any more words. The requirement is very simple. Count Karl must swear to be subordinate to me. Of course, this kind of subordination can be secret and not public. I don't need him to pay tribute every year, and I won't pry into the slightest bit of land. I just need to use his name as an inland noble to establish a social circle that can influence the surrounding feudal lords. As long as you can sign such a secret agreement with me, Then I can immediately order the army to move out and completely defeat Duke Wyan. I can even help your husband to invade his territory. Why could the nobles stand in this world for thousands of years? The reason was very simple. In order to protect their own interests, they firmly grasped the power in their hands. The elements that maintained the power were those boring banquets, parties, hunting, and so on. This huge network of connections completely covered the commoners. Only those with noble blood or status were qualified to get the ticket to the game of power. As for the civilians, even if they caused a big commotion, it was only temporary. It wouldn't take long for them to completely disappear under the suppression of the nobles. In fact, Oriar was the same as Earth. There had been many large-scale peasant uprisings, and some had even overthrown the regime at that time. But what happened in the end? Either they were attacked by the remaining nobles, or they were collectively beaten by the surrounding feudal countries until all the rebels were killed. It could be said that the nobles used bloody facts to tell every civilian how miserable the consequences of violating their interests were. So now many peasants who couldn't survive would rather escape into the mountains and become bandits than play any tricks to overthrow the nobles' rule. The longer Andrei dealt with the nobles, the more he could deeply understand the hidden rules under the feudal system, especially those seemingly useless marriages and alliances, which were completely another form of war. Now he intended to expand his influence and control. Coupled with the gap between the inland nobles and the coastal nobles, it was necessary to support a chess piece. Gloria didn't expect the conditions to be so loose at all. She asked in disbelief, "Really? Is this the only one?" Andrei pretended to be free and easy and said, "Yes, madam, there is no other request." "Well, what are you waiting for? Quickly take out a pen and paper and let us sign the terms." Gloria seemed to be a little impatient. She wanted to bring the reinforcements back as soon as possible. She was afraid that there would be unexpected changes as time passed. Anyway, in her eyes, such a private, subordinate relationship was nothing. As long as she could keep her territory and title, it didn't matter even if she completely became a vassal. As a mage, Andrei would always bring a quill, parchment, and ink with him wherever he went. In just a few minutes, he had already written down the relevant terms and conditions on the parchment. After confirming that there were no problems, Gloria dripped a few drops of wax on it and then stamped her husband's seal. As soon as all this was done, she immediately asked eagerly, "Now that you have what you want, when can we start marching?" "Anytime. But I personally suggest that you leave after breakfast. After all, on the march, I'm afraid it will be difficult to eat fresh fried eggs and rabbit meat." After saying that, Andrei smiled and rolled up the parchment and put it in his waist bag. With this secret agreement with the family seal, he could hold Count Karl in the palm of his hand. If Count Karl dared to do anything, he only needed to publicize the contents. He didn't even need to do anything himself. The inland nobles who hated Linton City would skin Count Karl alive. Chapter 9, 77. As the sun completely rose from the horizon, Andrei finally ordered the army to march straight to Count Karl's territory. In order to get rid of Duke Wyan once and for all, he only left a small number of barbarians to guard the fortress. The rest of the barbarians were out in full force, especially the fast cavalry. They had all been spread out like a net to filter out the spies hidden in the surroundings. Because the speed of the march was not fast, they had only traveled 60 kilometers by the time it was dark. There was still less than half of the journey to their destination, which meant that the original plan to solve the problem within 3 days had failed. He did not have any extra troops to bring back to Lincoln City to fulfill the private battle with the Brest family. Perhaps the purpose of Loretta Botons was to see Andrei fight alone, so that the identity of the Flaming Duke would be completely exposed to everyone. If this was true, then he had undoubtedly succeeded, because there was only one day left. Even if he turned around now, there was no way to rush back to Lincoln City. Andre sighed helplessly as he stared at the flickering bonfire in the tent. "All right, my dear opponent, no matter what, you've won this round. But it won't be so easy next time." He muttered to himself. "Sir, what are you muttering about? Who won you?" Gloria, who was also sitting next to the bonfire, asked softly. Although Eurus suggested to let her stay in the fortress and wait for news, this woman insisted on taking her daughter with her to follow the army. "No, nothing." Andre smiled and shook his head. "Madam, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'm afraid I can't continue to move forward with you." Gloria was obviously shocked by this sentence. She almost threw the barbecued meat in her hand to the ground. "What's the matter? Are you going to withdraw the army?" "No, you misunderstood. The army will still attack Duke Wyan according to the original plan. I'm the only one who will leave. As for the command, I have given full authority to Eurus. If you have any questions, you can directly communicate with him." As he spoke, Andre turned his gaze to Eurus, who was looking at the map. Eurus knew the ins and outs of the entire situation. He hurriedly asked with concern, "My lord, are you sure you don't want to bring some troops back? Our cavalry can make it back to Lincoln City within a day." Andre waved his hand. "There's no need. Since someone wants to see me make a fool of myself, then I'll let them have their fill. I'll let everyone know that I'm an endless army." When he said the last word, a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes. Eurus had never seen anyone who dared to arrogantly claim that they were an endless army. He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. Gloria was also confused. She scanned the faces of the two men back and forth, trying to find some clues. But it was a pity that before she could figure out anything, Andre extended his hands and made a series of complicated gestures in the air. Shortly after, a mysterious spell echoed in the tent. In less than a minute, he passed through the teleportation portal and disappeared without a trace. Ah! The noblewoman who saw the teleportation spell for the first time screamed in panic. Don't think it was strange. As a level 5 arcane spell, the teleportation spell could be regarded as an out-and-out high-level spell. In the entire southern region, there were only a few who could cast it with their own strength. Not to mention the bumpkins who lived in the inland, even the coastal cities were rare. Feeling his body being squashed and forcefully squeezing through the gap in space, Andre only felt his vision blur, and immediately appeared in the teleportation portal of the Association of Mages Tower. He had no intention of stopping. He quickly walked through the corridor and came to President Boris's room. He knocked hard on the door. Bang! 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 "Master, are you there? I need your help with something." After a few seconds, a strong and powerful voice came from inside. "Come in. The door's not locked." Andre did not say anything and immediately opened the door. He saw the president carefully dripping a few drops of vampire blood, full of negative energy, onto the heart of a goblin whose stomach had been cut open. In the blink of an eye, a foul stench came from the lower half of the unlucky goblin's body. The terrifying negative energy corroded the heart in a very short period of time. The intense pain made it lose control of all parts of its body, and for a moment it actually defecated. But the great mage Boris, who was in a state of concentration, automatically filtered this out. He opened his eyes wide and observed the changes in the life form. Soon, the entire heart began to rapidly age and die. Then, the blood turned black and smelled bad, flowing through the circulatory system throughout the body. The goblin that was supposed to be dead suddenly struggled violently, letting out waves of painful cries. Finally, it exploded with a bang. All kinds of disgusting blood, minced meat, Bones, organs, brains, and even excrement from the incontinence just now splattered in all directions. There was no hesitation. Andre directly cast a shield spell on himself, firmly blocking these disgusting things outside. He would rather fight a battle of wits and courage with Loretta Botons than come into contact with them. As for Boris, he was obviously prepared. Neither the impact of the explosion nor the mess of filth had any effect on him. Smelling the stench and blood that filled the room, he sighed helplessly and complained softly, "Damn it! Failed again. And it's a problem with the stabilizer again. I have to find a way to make it more peaceful. Great mage, may I ask, were you trying to turn goblins into undead creatures with intelligence just now?" Andre asked curiously. "That's right. Ever since I obtained that vampire, I have been experimenting with his blood. I want to make up for some of the weaknesses of vampires, but it's not easy. I've already failed more than 30 times in 2 days. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. You seem to have mentioned that you need my help. Tell me, what kind of trouble have you encountered this time?" President Boris asked as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rags, brooms, and buckets in the corner of the room came to life, cleaning up every corner at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that he must have cast a spell on these cleaning tools to activate items. "Great mage, I hope that you can help me cast a 2-way interplanar teleportation portal on me." Andre did not intend to be polite at all. He directly stated his request, even though he himself knew that this request was rather excessive. After all, it involved interplanar teleportation, and would require at least level 7 magic to do it. Chapter 978, a permanent 2-way interplanar portal. President Boris was stunned by this whimsical idea. His mouth was wide open, and he could not recover from the shock for a long time. In his life, he had seen constant teleportation spells, protection spells, buff spells, and mutual destruction spells, but he had never heard of a 2-way teleportation portal being permanently attached to one's body. This was not because of the technical difficulty or the high requirements for the spellcaster, but because there was a problem with the idea. What was an interplanar portal? It was a superb spatial folding technology. It was used to travel the longest distance at the fastest speed to reach the destination. Apart from that, it had no other purpose. If a person permanently attached a portal to themselves, they could at most walk out of the portal in human form. They would even have to think of another way to perform interplanar teleportation. As an archmage, Boris really did not understand the meaning of this. If it was not too rude, he would have reached out and touched the forehead of the young man in front of him to see if he had a fever. Andre was not a fool. He could read the meaning in the other party's eyes and hurriedly explained, "Master, what I want is a permanent portal to the fire elemental plane." "Fire elemental plane? Oh, I understand. You want to summon an army of fire elementals at any time, anywhere." President Boris had a look of sudden realization on his face. He knew of Andre's other identity, and he also understood the Flaming Duke's ability to control most fire elementals. If a portal was permanently attached to one's body, it would be equivalent to bringing along a large army of fire elementals at any time. What did an army of fire elementals mean in Orire? It meant that once the number of fire elementals exceeded 1,000, there would be no army that could stop them. This was because whether it was swords or long-range weapons, it would be difficult to cause any harm to fire elementals whose bodies were covered in flames of over 1,000 degrees. Once a large number of fire elementals poured into a human settlement, the entire area would turn into a sea of fire. As the saying went, unless you had enough water, it was too difficult to kill a fire elemental. "Yes, I want to become a one-man army, a true Flaming Duke." After saying that, Andre passed a few parchments filled with the common language to the great wizard. I know that level 7 arcana spells are extremely difficult to conserve, so I found a relatively convenient method. That is a magical tattoo. Boris took a look at it and said excitedly, "Interesting. How interesting." Using tattoos to store the spell structure on the surface of the skin, and then instantly release it when needed. After using it, it can be recharged repeatedly. It's simply more convenient than magical items. But it also has a shortcoming. Every tattoo requires a very large piece of skin. Take the human body as an example. You can only tattoo 3 at most. Otherwise, if the tattoos are too close together, they will affect each other. Andre calmly pointed out the only shortcoming of the magic tattoo. In fact, nothing in the world was perfect. The more powerful something was, the more restrictions it had. Take the magic tattoo, for example. Normally, only large areas of skin such as the chest and back could barely be used to tattoo 2 level 6 spells. If you wanted to tattoo a level 7 spell, you would need to cover the entire chest and back. If you wanted a second one, you would have to shave your head and tattoo it all the way from the shoulder to the neck. When that time came, your entire face and head would look incomparably ferocious. As a human with normal aesthetic standards, Andre was not so crazy as to rely on disfigurement to increase his strength. Thus, he had been thinking about the tattoo technique ever since he obtained it, and only today did he finally make up his mind. "Young man, you don't understand the origin of the magic tattoo. Its original inventor wanted to reduce the huge cost of spell constancy, so this technology had a very wide range and applicability, especially for those low-level mages. It is equivalent to having an additional means of survival. It can greatly increase their chances of survival in the face of danger. With your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to understand how great of an effect it would have on the Linton City Mage Association once this technique was popularized, right?" At this point, President Boris's eyes flashed with a strange light. Andre shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Of course, I understand its value. That's why I brought it here, to discuss with you. Actually, I don't mind handing over the ownership of this technique to the association. I just want to complete the magic tattoo of the two-way portal before dawn tomorrow. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Hearing this, President Boris immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha! Good. I admire your attitude towards knowledge and technology the most. Ever since the third decline of magic, many selfish mages have hidden all sorts of rare techniques away. They would rather bury themselves than share them with their peers. Not only has this led to the loss of precious arcane and magical knowledge, it has also led to the decline of the mages generation after generation. Now, we can't even contend against the churches of the gods. If we want to rise again, we must abandon our previous attitude of keeping things to ourselves and use a generous attitude to support the spread of knowledge. However, this support comes with a price. Thus, no matter who wants to use the magic tattoo in the future, they will have to pay 5 times the amount of the spell's level. The association will take 1/3 of this money, and the remaining 2/3 will belong to you. What do you think?" Seeing that the Archmage was determined to popularize the tattoo storage technique on a large scale, Andre smiled and spread his hands. "No problem. You know how much money I have now, and I will have more in the future. Money is just a string of numbers to me. It doesn't have much meaning. Yes, I know you are rich. With the rapid expansion of the trade union's influence, the entire Southern Sea will become your lake sooner or later. When that time comes, you will control the economic lifeline of countless coastal cities, and at the same time, you will control the lives of millions of people. However, you still have to be paid. It doesn't just represent a reward, but also an attitude that encourages everyone to share knowledge and technology. All right, enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and take off your clothes. There are less than 10 hours until dawn. It won't be easy to complete a grade 7 magic tattoo. We have to hurry. Having said that, Master Boris raised his hand and summoned a dozen palm-sized pico goblins from the arcane garden of the Wizard Tower. As drawing complex magical patterns on the skin required very fine craftsmanship, he couldn't do it alone. He could only leave it to these little fellows to complete. Chapter 9, 79. Early in the morning, as the first ray of sunlight rose from the sea, the residents of Linton City welcomed a new day. However, today was different from the past. When the city gates opened, a large group of people swarmed out of the city. In just a few minutes, they had occupied the higher ground outside the city. They carried picnic baskets and laid them out on the ground with beautiful floral cloths. They drank tea, wine, fruit juices, and other beverages while eating delicious snacks, silently waiting for the arrival of the two main characters. That's right. These nobles and merchants living in the city were all here to watch the battle between Andre and the Brest family. To them, who were lacking in mental energy, this was a rare form of entertainment. Black Lily Bonnie, who controlled the entire gambling industry in the city, had even offered a ridiculous payout of 1-to-1 for Andre and 1-to-100 for the Brest family. It was obvious that she wanted to make a fortune out of it. Even though anyone with half a brain could see the problem with this payout rate, it was just like a saying in Das Kapital. If there was a profit of 50%, it would take risks. If there was a profit of 100%, it would dare to trample on all the laws of the world. If there was a profit of 300%, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Clearly, a profit of 3,000% was definitely enough for some adventurous people to take a gamble. In just 2.5 days, Black Lily Bonnie had received nearly 100,000 gold coins as bets. If Andre were to lose, she wouldn't be able to pay that much even if she were to sell herself. Even though Bonnie was very confident in her lover, she couldn't help but draw in a cold breath after hearing the report from her subordinate. She had been so nervous that she hadn't slept the entire night. As soon as the city gates opened today, she had brought Man Scarface and Benson out of the city. Her eyes had been looking around the entire time. Even though she was wearing an expensive corset dress, it didn't reflect the slightest bit of nobility. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention to them, Man Scarface couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly lowered his voice and advised, "Boss, please don't look around. It's too embarrassing." Embarrassing? Why? Bonnie lowered his head to take a look and asked with a puzzled expression. As a girl who started out as a pickpocket at the bottom of the slums, she did not understand the importance of etiquette and posture when interacting with people. After all, even if it was a beautiful woman with a good figure, if she opened her mouth full of vulgarities, many men would lose their appetites. In the eyes of the nobles, a true beauty must first have an outstanding temperament and know how to appreciate paintings, art, stage plays, and so on. Looking around like a thief was definitely a big taboo, because you're wearing such expensive clothes. Everyone subconsciously regards you as a member of the upper class. If you continue to be rude, I'm afraid it won't be long before you'll be ostracized and despised. Please remember my words. No matter what happens today, don't show any surprise. Try to be as calm as possible. This is good for our development. Due to the fact that there were too many people around, Old Man Scar didn't dare to talk too much about the secret of the gang. He only gave a simple reminder. As the most knowledgeable member of the gang, he vaguely had the power to rule over everyone else. Hence, even in his dreams, he hoped that the whole gang could take a step further and completely integrate into Lincoln City. Just as Bonnie was about to say something, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Following that, an army of thousands appeared on the ground. In a short while, They were less than 3 kilometers away from the city gate. The leader of the men held a lion flag and shouted loudly at the city gate, "The Brest family and their allies have arrived. Today, we will fight to the death. We will fight to the death." Ha! 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 Following the synchronized shouts of thousands of people, the scene became lively. The picnickers put down their food and glasses and raised their binoculars to observe the number and quality of the army. Soon, they began to discuss. "Wow, I think I saw the stag flag of the Simon family and the swordfish flag of the Usher family. This is incredible. So many families have joined forces. Hee, this is nothing. I heard that Mage Andre has the entire Mage Association behind him. Yes, yes, yes. Even Count George is his staunch ally. There's going to be a good show today. How many years has it been since Lincoln City had a private battle between nobles? Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement." For a moment, there were whispers everywhere outside the city gate, especially those who bet on the Brest family's victory. Seeing this majestic army, their confidence was greatly boosted. Within the city, the Archbishop of the Church of the God of War was wearing sturdy armor. He slowly walked to the front of the army under the protection of the temple knights. With a solemn expression, he said, "Please hand over the collateral to me. My lord will personally oversee the outcome of this battle. No matter who dares to use despicable means, they will become my lord's enemies. They will be hunted down by the church forever. Sir, this is the list of all the wealth, land, and houses of my family. Please take a look." As he spoke, the current head of the Brest family, Dend, respectfully presented a piece of parchment with both hands. "Very good. I will take good care of it first, until you decide the victor." The Archbishop glanced at the items on the list and nodded with satisfaction. As a priest of the God of War, his task was to do his best to get as many cities and countries involved in war as possible. Through war, the weak would be eliminated, and the God of War's influence on the material world would be strengthened. Therefore, to the Church, not only would they not stop this private battle, they would be very happy to see it happen. One must know that the God of War, Haktim, was an absolutely neutral god. He would never side with any side in a war, even if one side was his own believer. In his eyes, war was a force that existed in the entire multiverse. It existed from the moment it was born. Light and darkness, order and chaos, justice and evil, and so on were always in a never-ending war. His duty was to let the war continue forever, until the day the universe was destroyed. It had to be said that this kind of thinking was full of paranoia and neurosis. Even many kings, under the influence of this kind of thinking, developed their country into a militaristic war machine, which eventually led to the destruction of their own country. But there was no other way. Apart from being the god of war, Haktim was also the god of warriors. Only where his church existed could high-level professional warriors be cultivated. Therefore, even Linton City could only turn a blind eye to him preaching the doctrine of the god of war everywhere. Chapter 980. Seeing that the Archbishop of the God of War had accepted his bet, Dend was a little proud. He asked his follower, "Bess, where's our opponent? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me you're afraid." "Sir, I'm afraid we came too early. I heard that the mages often stay up late. Maybe Sir Andre hasn't woken up yet." A handsome young man who looked like he was only 15 years old stood up and responded. Although he was only wearing an ordinary mail armor and had a poor quality sword at his waist, it was easy to tell from his speech and behavior that he was not an ordinary young man. In fact, being an attendant was not a lowly profession as many people imagined. Instead, it was a rather noble profession. Generally speaking, the attendants of the nobles were the sons of their vassals, and all of them were of noble birth. Moreover, to be able to be chosen by the nobles, they were definitely very outstanding, and even often participated in the planning and planning. It was not something that could be done by just any random servant. Many people who were born as attendants often performed well in a certain war, and became the favored vassals who held great power in their hands. There was a saying in the circle of nobles: if you want to understand the character of a noble, you can analyze it by looking at the attendants around him. Obviously, Den was impulsive and was not good at thinking. Therefore, he found himself a meticulous attendant to make up for it. This young man named Bess was still unwilling to say anything bad about his opponent, even though he had fallen out with Dend. He knew that it was easy to say something, but difficult to take it back. Things could be done to the extreme, but words could not be said to the extreme. If things were done to the extreme, all of his enemies would be dead. Naturally, there would be no danger. However, if he said something to the extreme before doing it, not only would he anger his enemy, but he would also cut off his own escape route. If he did not succeed in the end, the consequences would be worse than death. Ha 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 ha. My dear Bess, you are always so cautious. Please believe me, that mage is nothing to be afraid of. He just happened to be lucky. However, luck is illusory and will not always favor someone. Today, let me break all of this with my own hands. After that, Dend glanced at the 7 or 8 mysterious figures in black armor behind the team from the corner of his eye. These people were his trump card to win. Just as Besmir was about to persuade him, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a huge explosion in the air. In the next second, 2 figures walked out of the ball of light. One of them was President Boris of the Magic Association of Lincoln City, and the other was one of the 2 main characters of the day, Andre. However, they didn't seem to be in a good mental state. They all looked exhausted and had very serious dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't rest last night. Glancing at the crowd around him, as well as the beautiful picnic tablecloths, snacks, and tea, Andre's lips twitched as he mumbled to himself, "Damn it! What were these people thinking? How could they bring food and snacks for a visit? Don't they know that this is a bloody war? Humph! A bunch of idiots who think they're high and mighty. The so-called elites in human society are so ugly. I've long been used to their whimsical behavior. Well, I'm not interested in being watched like a circus monkey. You can take care of the rest yourself." Master Boris sneered and directly cast a teleportation spell, disappearing without a trace. He had always been full of resistance and prejudice against the nobles. He couldn't understand the other party's greedy and prideful behavior. After moving the aching and itchy skin on his chest and back, Andre went straight to the Archbishop of the God of War under the gaze of the crowd. He bowed slightly and handed over the list of assets he had prepared in advance. Of course, the assets on this list were only around Lincoln City, not including the properties on the Sardinia Islands. The bishop looked at it for a few seconds and quickly nodded. "Very well. Now that both of your bets have been witnessed by the great Hector, if anyone dares to violate the agreement, I swear I'll use the power of the church to hunt them down, because this is disrespectful to God. Of course, Your Excellency, I swear that the Brest family is not the kind of people who go back on their words. We're nobles with a long history, not like some nouveau riche." With that, Dend glanced at his opponent with a provocative gaze. Andre smiled indifferently and retorted in a contemptuous tone, "I don't know if the Brest family will go back on their words, but I know one thing, that is, when this war is over, there will be no more Brest family in the world." Den was obviously enraged. He glared with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this sentence right away. The price of blood." "Haha, then let's wait and see." Andre shrugged his shoulders noncommittally, his face full of ridicule and disdain. He had always been very tolerant of a person who was about to die, and would not make a big fuss over a few sarcastic words. All right, both of you, please restrain yourselves. Don't forget your identities, and don't continue to act disrespectfully. The Archbishop of the God of War raised his hand and stopped both sides from continuing to insult each other. In his eyes, it was better to fight with real swords and spears rather than talk. After all, the God of War hacked him, taught his followers not to quarrel if they could fight. No one was willing to be enemies with the Church of the God of War, so both parties wisely kept their mouths shut. The reason was simple. The followers of the God of War were all lunatics. They viewed war as more important than their lives. They would wander around areas where war was frequent, sometimes in order to challenge stronger enemies. They would even use their own flesh and blood as bait. Once wanted by the God of War, unless one hid in the mountains and forests, there was no possibility of escaping. It could be said that the God of War was like a mad dog without a leash. The price of being enemies with it was too high, and there were no benefits to be gained. No one with a normal IQ would take the initiative to provoke it. Seeing that both of them had quieted down, the Archbishop nodded with satisfaction. All right, back to the topic. I'll now announce the rules of war. First of all, the battlefield will be set up within a 3-kilometer radius of your feet. No matter which side soldiers step out of this area, they will be regarded as dead and will never be allowed to return to the battlefield. Mage Andre, let your army enter the battlefield now. Sneak attacks and ambushes are not allowed.